Good evening and welcome to the Personnel Committee. Today is Monday, April 13th. It is now 6:22 p.m. Voting members present, to my right, we have the Vice Chair of the Committee, Council Vice President Ana Levy. To my left, we have Councilor Rosalie Gonzalez. And we will have Councilor Miguel joining us in a bit. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2022, this meeting of the Personnel Committee is being conducted both in person and via remote participation. A reminder that persons who would like to listen or view this meeting while in progress may either attend here in the City Council chamber or use our YouTube channel for access. At this time, can you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Councilors, we do not have any minutes to approve for this committee, so we're going to go right into new business. The first item we have is item 137-26, the reappointment of Joseph R. Corderoni to the Greater Lawrence Sanitary District Commission, brought to us by Mayor DePena. Former Councilor Corderoni could not be here today. However, he did send me a statement that he would like for me to read into the record in consideration that we vote on this matter tonight. Let me just... Dear councilors, I hope all is well. I'm currently a commissioner at the Greater Lawrence Sanitary District. I have served in that position since 2010. I'm a lifelong resident of the city, former city councilor, and council president, and I have served on many city boards over the years. I am currently up for renewal to the Greater Lawrence Sanitary District. I would greatly appreciate your consideration for reappointment, as well as the other members, myself, and as well as the other members of the Personnel Committee and the full council. Unfortunately, I will not be able to attend your meeting. I am currently visiting my son in Texas. He recently retired from the Border Patrol after 27 years of service, and I am here in support and celebrating with family. Being a member of a board representing the city is very important to me. Thank you and all the city councilors for your consideration of my reappointment. Regards, Joseph Corderoni. And he also sent me, again, a second text stating that he will return April 20th in time for the 21st, April 21st meeting if we choose to send this up tonight. We do have members. We have our water commissioner that works closely with him, and I believe we have board commissioners from the committee as well. If any of you would like to come to the podium to speak on behalf or add to what Mr. Corderoni has sent, you're welcome to do so at this time.
Good evening, councilors.
Oh, can you turn that on? Thank you.
Good evening, councilors. I just want to say I'm William Hale, Water and Sewer Commissioner for the City of Lawrence. I also serve on the board. Joe Corderoni has been a great board member with me. He's always calling, checking on the City of Lawrence. He's interested in the budget that we have, and he always asks great questions, and he's just always on top of everything in the meetings. So I would greatly appreciate if you could reappoint him for the board.
Thank you. We
Thank
also
you.
have DPW Director Jorge Jaime. Director, is there anything else that you would like to add, or are you looking? You're good. Okay. All right, councilors, you did have his resume and his application in your packet for this meeting. So at this time, if anyone has any questions or comments, either for the director, the commissioner, or any of the board members, please let me know.
I would like to make a motion through you, Madam Chair. I motion to send it to the full council with favor recommendation.
Motion has been made by the Vice Chair,
Second.
seconded by Councilor Miguel. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. And the ayes have it. All right, the last item we have for new business is item 154-26, appointment of Modesto Maldonado to the Greater Lawrence Sanitary District Commission, also sponsored by Mayor DePena. We do have former city councilor and former council president as well with us today. Mr. Maldonado, you have the floor if you would like to introduce yourself. I know we know you, but if you would like to introduce yourself and let us know why you are applying for this
Good
position.
evening, councilors. It's a pleasure to be here. I have been a resident of Lawrence for more than 50 years, so obviously you know pretty much my history here in the city. I have served as a councilor for 8 years, and in many boards I have participated. And obviously I'm always concerned about how the city is moving. And even though I am somewhat retired from politics, which is always not possible, but I would like to put my little bit of sand grain in this commission to make it better. So,
you.
thank you.
Councilors, do you have any comments or questions for Mr. Maldonado, or either for the water commissioner, or actually, would you guys like to add, is there anything you would like to add to the introductory director, commissioner? No, you guys are good, okay. He's just smiling. All right, councilors, are there any questions or comments?
Just only a little comment.
Council Vice President Levy.
Thank you. Thank you for coming, and thank you for getting involved again, with the city. And I know that you want to be out, all the politicians teams in here. And sometimes I know that I bother you a lot. But it's great, it's very great that you decided to get involved and to take care. I know that you always take care of the city because beside of anything, you always been trying to figure it out what is happening, how to improve inclusive your neighborhood. That is one of the areas that I can see how, it's keep it and maintain it. So I want to thank you for all your service. And as you know, you were maybe one of the first person that I met here in the city of Lawrence by the middle of the 1980 when I get in here, because you, like me, we are both architects, and that is one of the first things that somebody told me, that I need to meet you because you are an architect and you are the one that maybe can guide me. And thank you for everything since many, many years.
Thank you. I would like to add, I know once a counselor, always a counselor. So Counselor Maldonado, yourself and Counselor Corderoni do have institutional knowledge, and given the rapid growth of our city, I know that having you as coming on as will be a great asset, and reappointing him will obviously continue the work, and I expect nothing but great things out of this commission, and I'm sure you all as a group will continue to support our DPW and our water department, and you're welcome. All right, councilors.
Council Chair, through you, I want to make a motion to send it to the full council with favor recommendation.
Second.
Motion has been made by the Vice President, seconded by Councilor Miguel. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. And the ayes have it. We will see you next week. You're welcome. Have a great
See
evening.
you at the next meeting. Thank you.
Councilors, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion has been made by the Council VP, seconded by Councilor Miguel. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Thank you so much.
Have a good
Thank you,
night.
councilors. Good evening and welcome to the Budget and Finance Committee meeting. Today is Monday, April 13th. It is now 6:48 PM. Members present, we have to my left, the Vice Chair of the Committee, Counselor Vivian Marmol. To my right, Counselor Mark LaPlante. And we have Council President Giovanni Rodriguez with us on Zoom. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2022, this meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee is being conducted both in person and via remote participation. A reminder that persons who would like to listen or view this meeting while in progress may either attend here in the City Council chamber or use our YouTube channel. Councilors, can you please, at this time, can you please all join me in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Councilors, we have minutes to approve from our March 25th, 2026 meeting. Can I have a motion for that, please?
Motion to approve?
Motion has been made by the Vice Chair, seconded by Councilor LaPlante. Any discussion on the minutes? Seeing, I'm going to give you, because I just saw you pull it out. Okay, you're good, Councilor? All right. All right, seeing no discussion, all those in, we have to do a roll call. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Sure. Councilor Vice Chair Vivian Marmol,
Yes.
Councilor Mark LaPlante,
Yes.
Councilor President Giovanni Rodriguez,
Council President, you're muted.
Yes. Hello
and
there.
Yep. Thank you.
Madam Chair Stephanie Fonte.
Yes. First item we have is item 128-26, payment of prior year invoices in the amount of $60,000 with the vendor Flock Safety, brought to us by the Director of Support Services, Rosa Shepherd from the Police Department. Director, you have the floor. Oh, the mic is off. Thank you.
It is on now? Okay, yeah. Good evening, City Councils. Rosa Shepherd, Director of Support Services at Lawrence Police Department. I am here tonight to request an approval to pay prior year invoices on the fiscal year 2025 in the whole amount is $60,000. One invoice is for $42,000 and the other invoice is for $18,000.
Okay, Councilors, any questions for Director Shepherd?
Question.
Councilor LaPlante?
I don't need the details. What is this generally related? What's the general?
This is for the
Purchase.
license plate readers cameras for the City of Lawrence.
You said the word cameras.
Yes. But this is for the city cameras.
Oh, I get it. All right. So, our ordinances, Chapter 9, which I don't have in front of me, of our ordinances, and this is a good thing, requires that the City Council approve all camera placements. It also needs to have more detail about what it is that's, where it's going, what the money's being spent on, et cetera. I don't have the ordinance handy. But I am, because of the information that that's before me now, I cannot, and I realized we've already spent the money, right? It's already been spent?
Yes.
But it doesn't mean that we can't do what's right now. And right now is to get the background information on that. So I think that I will not be supporting that this evening. I will look to have it tabled here. I will look and if you give me a second, I can, what we could do, Madam Chair, is if you want to go to a different, we can table this now, give me a moment to find the ordinance, and then I could speak to it, and we do another matter. I just don't want to Time is
So
valuable.
while you do that, I do
Sure.
want to give the opportunity to either Councilor Marmol or Council President Rodriguez to ask any questions or make any comments.
Yeah, I have a question, Madam Chair.
Council President?
So, can you go through the program that you are looking for? Is the camera reader that were installed in the cars and subsequently in different locations around the city back in 2016, 17, or even before that?
No, these cameras, according to Munis in my system, they were all on the grants, and they were installed back in 2020. That's when they started installing these cameras.
That was during the first period of set of cameras that we installed in the city of Lawrence?
Yes. The LPR cameras,
So that-
license plate readers. I don't know about the rest of the cameras. I'm pretty sure that is another project, but the license plate readers was starting in 2020.
Yeah, I believe that we installed those with their city council's approvals, including budgets and including the operational portion of those cameras.
What I heard, was that a question or a comment?
No, I just want to make sure, like, if this is a new set of camera or that was the old set of camera that we approved back then when we approved the budget related to the cameras and on the program that was originally approved by the council.
No, it's not a new set of cameras. No.
So it's old. Okay.
Yes, correct.
So that was approved by the council.
Are you all set, Council President?
Yeah, that's it. I just want to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. Council Marmol, do you have any comments, or are you okay?
My comments would be directed to my colleague in terms of just us understanding a little bit better if there is going to be a motion to table. I want to have an understanding, the reasoning behind the tabling and what specifically is the concern at hand, and if there is any adjustments according to the ordinance that was mentioned.
Sure.
I just want to have an understanding regarding that. My only question then would be directed to Mrs. Shepherd is kind of gaining an understanding as to the invoice dates. I'm noticing that they're from 2025. Is it normal practice for it to come before the budget committee for approval now, as opposed to kind of fall in line closer to when you received the invoice?
No, it was in 2025, but we have around 35 cameras in the city we have way too many contracts, way too many invoices. So our IT director and Carlos Castillo were doing conversation with the vendor, and the vendor was kind enough to consolidate all the invoices and everything on the one contract, and that way we don't have to be signing different contracts throughout the year. But that's why it is late. It's because we were in talking with the vendor, making sure that we have everything outlined. Instead of having 6, 7 invoices, 2, 3 contracts throughout the year, we all have one invoice on the one contract.
Okay. Are we working towards the invoices that are coming before us, that they're kind of like within the fiscal year, as opposed to trying to deal with a backlog of invoices? Is that something that your department is working on?
Yes, we are. Once this is paid and we go into the new fiscal year, because we requested the funds to pay for the next contract, we will be caught up with everything.
Okay.
We should not be having any prior years invoices.
Okay. All set, Madam Chair.
I'm ready.
Council Plant?
Yeah, I'm ready. Thank you. So I appreciate your patience. So, Ms. Shepherd, you may want to write this down. This is a couple of points in the surveillance, 9.25.030. The title is City Council Approval of Mandatory, repeat again, I'm sorry. City Council Approval Mandatory for Surveillance Technology Funding, Acquisition, or Use. Letter A. A municipal entity must obtain approval from the City Council subsequent to a mandatory, properly noticed, pertinent public hearing at which the public is afforded a fair and adequate opportunity to provide testimony prior to engaging in any of the following. Number one, seeking funds for new or existing surveillance technology, including but not limited to budgetary appropriations, authorizations for borrowing or bonding, applying for a grant, or soliciting or accepting state or federal funds or in-kind or other donations. Number two, acquiring or borrowing new surveillance technology, whether or not the acquisition is made through the exchange of monies or other considerations. Using new or existing surveillance technology for a purpose or in a manner not previously approved by the City Council in accordance with this section, including the sharing of surveillance data therefrom. And the last one in this section is soliciting proposals for or entering into agreement with any other persons or entity to acquire, share, or otherwise use surveillance technology or surveillance data. At least one or two of those is pertinent here. That's number one. And number two, second portion is 040. As a part of the process of seeking approval from the City Council to fund, acquire, or use surveillance technology or to enter into an agreement concerning such funding, acquisition, or use, a municipal entity, like the police department, shall submit to the City Council and make publicly available a surveillance impact report and surveillance use policy concerning the technology at issue. It goes into more detail. I don't need to read the whole thing. It's there. So it does talk about a surveillance impact report. I haven't seen a surveillance impact report. I have, just so you're familiar, Ms. Shepherd, I have put on the next City Council agenda, it's already there, a new item that deals with our roles and responsibility as it pertains to it. It's a resolution, and it goes into a lot more detail as to how we can cure, how we can fix the problems that we're currently facing by not giving the public the information that's required in the ordinance. So, having said all that, I still have a little bit of a concern going forward and improving. I know the money's already been spent. I know, but it's really hard for me now. I want to need more detail, more information. In this particular case, for the surveillance cameras on the license plates, correct? Mm-hmm. And then if you look under the definitions, again, you don't have it here, so I'm very sympathetic to that. But if you look under surveillance technology, it defines it, and I think you'll see it. It includes specifically license plate readers. Surveillance technology includes, but is not limited to, letter B, automatic license plate readers. And then it goes through 7 or 8 other items, but it's on that list. So, having said all that, which is news to you now, I'm presuming, I don't feel comfortable supporting it this evening. We need to get more information. So that's my point. We need to get more information. We need to figure out what the impact is, what has been impactful. You've already been doing this for some time. So what is the impact since you've been having it, at least for the last year? And we need to go forward with that. The report was due to the council on March 31st. It is every year. I don't think we received it. That's what my resolution is about, getting us up to speed. Unfortunately, I did not expect this. Unfortunately, tonight, this is the first one right out of the chute. So
Okay,
there you go.
sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank
So I'm
you.
looking at, I would look to table this matter so we can do the proper work that we're required to, so that we send something to the full council that comes close to the spirit of what this law entails, even if we can't get to it and start right now, but we need to get something more definitive. So my motion is to table with those instructions to the.
Before we put, I put a motion to table,
Councilor,
Councilor LaPlante, can
Yeah.
you repeat the section? You were what you were
So
reading?
hold on, Counselor LaPlante just withdrew his motion. What is your question? Counselor Rodriguez, you have the floor.
Before we entertain a motion to withdraw, I just want to make sure, like, I'm reading what he was reading.
Sure.
Counselor
What
LaPlante?
section was that?
Sure, so I'll say it again. This is, number one is under definitions, so we want to make sure that this is captured. Definitions is 9.25.020. That's the definitions. Then it talks about the city council's authority, 9.25.030. There are 4 elements there. Not all of these hit, 1 or 2 of them do. The last point that I brought up this evening was 9.25.031. 25.040 entitled Surveillance Impact Report and Surveillance Use Policy Submission. And again, we could spend all night on this. There's going to be a special night, I think, that we're going to be working on this. I don't want to do this all night tonight on this. But that's essentially, Council President, that's,
Yeah, but I think that if you bring it up and you want a table, I think it's fair to go over what you are referring to, through you, Madam Chair. I mean, if you're referring to 9.25030, which is City Council approval mandatory surveillance technology funding, acquisition or use, and then that's when you have new cameras. This is not for existing, especially to pay a bill that is from prior year. I
Councilor
mean,
Plant.
I know where you're coming from, but I mean, that doesn't apply necessarily to the previous camera that we approved and funding to maintain those cameras.
Councilor Plant.
so the first one out of 925.030 specifically states seeking funds for new or existing surveillance technology. This is classified under existing surveillance technology. And it deals with budgetary appropriation, authorization. It doesn't deal with, I don't think this is bonding. It doesn't deal with soliciting or accept. This is not, is it a grant? It's not a grant.
No.
So this would be under budgetary appropriations under that section.
Thank you. Any other further discussion or questions? That's it. Okay, I'm seeing
I'm gonna make-
none, so now I will
I'll make
entertain a motion.
I make a motion to table.
There's a motion to table. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Marmol. No discussion on table matters. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilor Mark LaPlante,
Yes.
Councilor Vice Chair Vivian Marmol,
Yes.
Councilor President Giovanni Rodriguez,
Negative.
Okay.
No.
Councilor, Madam Chair Stephanie Infante.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries.
Thank you. Item 129-26, authorization transfer of funds in the amount of $175,000 from the police administration line item to computer software line item within the police budget was brought to us by Director Shepherd. Director, you have the floor.
Rosa Shepard, Director of Support Services at the Lawrence Police Department. The Police Department is respectfully requesting a transfer from the personal, police administration personnel in amount of $175,000 to software in the same amount for $175,000. And this is to pay the contracts for the LPR cameras for the city of Lawrence, as well to use the funds to pay for Lantel, which is the company that maintain the city cameras. They provide the services to the city cameras.
All right, so one, if I'm following correctly, one, you asked for the approval, but this is something, so this is now to transfer for to pay the same company?
Yes. So I'm asking for a transfer of $175,000 to pay Flock. And within those invoices, there's two that are prior year's invoices.
Okay.
And then remaining balance, I'm requesting to pay Lantel Company, which is the company that maintains and provides services to the city cameras.
All right, so we have a little mix-up here because within our documents, the first item was printed, the supporting documents of the first item was printed twice. So we do not have the supporting documents for item 129-20. At least I don't, let me not speak for everyone. Can you please check your I think, did you email it to us?
I did send once I requested to put an agenda.
Okay, but we weren't CC'd in it, right? Did you send it directly to?
I send directly to the city clerk.
Which is in here.
Madam Chair?
So I'm seeing, okay, I see what the mix-up was. All right, so the title page, I'm sorry, I am wrong. The
Title
title
page,
page reflects the amount of the first item, but yes, the documents are here. That's why I was confused. Okay, so we need to make sure that is correct for the full council meeting. Councilors, do you have any questions for Director Shepherd? You see where it says 60,000 here, and then it says 60,000. So I was looking for 175. Yeah. Any questions for Director Shepherd? Any questions?
I don't have any questions.
Councilor LaPlante?
I'm going to make a motion, again, I think this is connected to the previous one. One is the actual payment, one is the transfers of monies. They're connected. In the spirit of what we're trying to accomplish here is provide some transparency and accountability and not just pick and choose where we're going with stuff. We've got to do something across the board. Any cameras as required by our ordinance, this is a reflection of that. So when the information comes to this committee, if we do table it, I think that would be helpful in us releasing this once we get all the information so we can at least make sure the public is aware of what we're trying to accomplish. If there's no other debate on this or anybody else wants to come, I will be making a motion to table, but I don't want to stop conversation.
Thank you. Councilors, any other comments or questions?
Well, I think that, Madam Chair,
Council President Rodriguez.
I think that the confusion here, because I mean, if they're looking for council approval for funding, and we have the item in front of us to approve the funding, and the actual ordinance add on a public hearing, I don't think we should be tabling this at this level. I think that we should send it up because there is a public hearing pending if it is as per the ordinance. But I mean, we can check on that while the item is being discussed here. And subsequently, if a public hearing is needed, we can move on. The job that we're supposed to do here at this level is to analyze what is needed. And in section 2.2530, there is a funding mechanism that is need to be approved by the council. This is what we're doing. I mean, tabling at this level is not going to solve the problem of the public hearing or people's awareness of the funding approved by the council.
Thank you, Council President. Any other comments or questions?
I'll make a motion to send it to the full council to order a public hearing as advised by the city attorney after review this ordinance.
There is a motion on the floor to send to the full council, Mr. Mayor, as a committee report, subject to legal advice from the city attorney.
When it comes to the public hearing and public
When it
notice.
comes to the public, pertaining to the public hearing for the item.
Yeah, and it says actually public notice, which is basically the agenda,
Got
not
it.
public hearing.
Is
Oh, it
there a
says public
second?
hearing as well.
Is there a second?
I make a motion to
Seeing
table.
none. There is a motion to table. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made by Councilor Plant, seconded by Councilor Marmol. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilor Mark LaPlante,
Yes.
Vice Chair Vivian Marmol,
Yes.
Councilor President Giovanni Rodriguez,
No.
Madam Chair Stephanie Fante.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries.
Oh, thank you.
All right, next item is item 130-26, payment of prior year invoices in the amount of $343,194 with 85 cents for transportation vendors, brought to us by the CFO of Lawrence Public Schools, Jason Cabrera. Mr. Cabrera, you have the floor.
Good evening, Madam Chair, and good evening, councilors. I am here today to request authorization for payment in the amount of $343,194.85. These are payments that correspond to invoices from fiscal year 25, and again, we're asking for permission or authorization to pay these out of fiscal year items.
Councilors, are there any questions or comments for Mr. Cabrera? Councilor Marmol.
I'm going to make similar questions that I made to Ms. Shepherd in regards to the date of these invoices. Just give me clarity in terms of why these are 2025 invoices and we are requesting now.
Yes. From the May 31st service and June 30th service. Combination of things causes the lag, right? This is out of in-district homeless transportation, which usually we bill, it comes in a little different than some of the other transportation invoices that we have. So it's a combination of vendor invoicing and our clerks getting on that within the first week of July to pay those with the past fiscal year's funds.
So it's normal protocol to have invoices that are from June and July to be addressed?
So that's what I've been working closely to the manager of transportation, who's actually, she's doing great. It's her first year, so we're working together so that things like this don't happen. And we're also working with the vendor on putting an end date of when they can send the invoice. Remember, schools goes up to, this year is going to be June 24th, June 25th. So we're going to be transporting kids all the way to June 25th. So that gives us, a limited amount of time to reconcile and get all that in. So but my hope is that we have zero going forward, and that's what we're working on.
Paying these invoices, getting these invoices approved, would that bring you guys up to date, or is there any past due invoices that you guys have yet to address?
It'll bring us up to date for fiscal year 25, out of fiscal year.
Okay.
Yes, yes, and if you, I don't know if you're gonna ask me this question, but there's one invoice that is up to $859,000. We were able to work that down, and pay that down to whatever, $86,000, I believe, 89. Yeah, 86,153. We started at 857. So we've been working on closing these invoices that are past due from last fiscal year, and so we can continue working on this year's.
When you say you were able to bring that down, do you mind diving into that as to, what do you mean by that? What does that entail? Walk me through that.
So, you have purchase orders that perhaps have some funds in it. It may be for other type of transportation, not necessarily homeless transportation. Our homeless transportation bills have increased substantially. So when we start the year, we don't really know what that population is. Last year was a high year, so we allocated more money for a certain type of transportation and not as much to the homeless transportation. So we just balance out one with the other, right? We take away from money that we didn't use for another type of transportation versus the homeless transportation.
I'm all set, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilors, any other, Councilor LaPlante?
Thank you. So I appreciate you acknowledging the $857,000 shortage and that your department internally was trying to find monies to be able to pay that off. But what is shocking to me, that's almost $1 million. How do we not have, I can understand if it's like $22,000 here, $6,000 there, because how big is your budget? How many millions of dollars is your budget? 200 million?
The budget, 305 million this year, yeah.
I can understand losing the change in the couch of $2,000.
Yeah.
I can kind of get that, right? But $1 million close to that seems a lot.
So please keep in mind, this is not funds that we didn't budget for or we didn't have, right? This is funds of bills that were not paid, right? These are bills that were not paid within the fiscal year because of the time constraints. That is the reason why, we spend, I don't think I have the monthly amounts with me, but that is how much money it was between May and June for that type of transportation, $859,000. And I believe you have, there are some details here. I don't know if these are the ones for the 859 or not. But that is the cost of transportation, Council.
And the other thing too, this is the end of the fiscal year this is FY
25, yes.
25 monies. We're just about to wrap up FY 26. Let me count the months. August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April. We're now 9 months into the fiscal year, and we're just now getting a hold of this. I could see a month or two, but something this big, 9 months. We're about to get the budget for FY 27.
Yes.
It just seems to me like I understand the transiency, both financially and in the services that
Yeah.
you're providing. I get that, but it doesn't give me a lot of confidence when we're 9 months out and we're now getting around to paying our bills.
Yeah. So again, let me go down the list, Counselor. We with the contract that we have with this vendor with NRT, we didn't finalize that contract until after the fiscal year had started. Not that I'm making up excuses, but that may be one factor, and just the effort of bringing down, paying what we can pay, and bring to you an amount that is a true amount, and the amount that is actually owed, it being the lowest that we can bring here. That's Counselor, I'm not making excuses. That is what was handed to me as this is what we still owe for fiscal year 25.
And I'm gonna get you off to here in a second, but I have one more challenging observation for you,
Yes.
which is this. Now, this is just me going off of memory, which is faulty. I don't recall voting anytime recently on not paying prior bills for public school. And maybe it's happened, but it's not ringing, at least not as substantial as this. It's not ringing a bell with me that we've gone. I've not done the research on that. That's just me with an observation. I'm not sure if I'm right or if I'm wrong on this, but it just smacks. I mean, if I'm hopeful I'm wrong. Well, I'm not hoping I'm wrong. We always want to pay our bills on time, even with the challenges
Of
that you
course,
just
yes,
faced.
yes, sir.
But I guess I want to have confidence that we're doing what we're supposed to be doing, and I don't recall us ever going back to the the school department and doing back orders like this.
Yeah, and Counselor, this is the first time I'm here in front of you. I can tell you our biggest
Well, that
bill.
explains that. So my memory's not that bad. You've been around for 2 years now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
All right.
it's my first time in front of you. I can tell you, transportation. That is the beast that we need to tackle now, and this has gone up again substantially. 300. The amount that we're looking at, 343,000. It's on a contract of 13 million. It's a good chunk. I'm not gonna lie, but again, this is what I'm. This is what I was handed for that contract for fiscal year 25 to come.
Is the LAE aware of this?
We don't have an LAE anymore.
What do you have? I mean, whatever
We have
receiver- the
one-
receiver?
We have one receiver, so the commissioner did dissolve the
LAE.
yeah.
Yes.
So where's is the receiver aware of this?
Yes, the receiver is aware of it. I believe Anne-Marie Stronach was here last week.
Yeah,
on behalf of the state, and she's the communicator to the
Understood.
to the receiver, Ms. Wu.
The
It's
receiver?
Dr. Lauren Wu.
Say it again. Oh,
Lauren Wu.
Lauren Wu.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Cabrera? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion.
I was muted, sorry.
Council President, you have the floor.
Yes, I have a quick question for, so just wondering, these invoices are mainly from June last year, 2025, right?
Yes.
And that was during the time that we were discussing the current budget 2026, and right?
Yes, June,
around
yes,
this, around the
So-
same time.
correct.
I remember that during last year budget conversation, most of the discussion went around this particular budget or this particular line item, which is the transportation portion of it.
Yes.
But within the transportation portion of it, we were discussing also something that is very unique when it comes to that contract, which is the special education, the homeless population transportation situation.
Yes.
Most of this money is for there.
Yeah, all these bills are for homeless transportation. This is almost exclusively homeless transportation, sir.
So essentially, as we can see, it is a bill that is for kids that live outside of the city that come over to receive an education here in the city of Lawrence, right?
Correct. Yes, sir. Okay, the student may be anywhere, and we transport them into our district. Yes.
So a lot of kids are, some of them in Dorchester, Mass, Hebrew, Timborough, Andover, Lowell,
Yes.
and many other addresses. Well, remember that last year this line item was reduced by a significant amount of money during the budget season.
For
Is that
Councilor, are you
Fiscal year
talking about?
2026.
Are you talking about 2026?
Yeah, for the current budget, this line item for transportation was reduced significantly compared to previous years. Correct?
Yeah, I don't want to misspeak, Councilor. I don't. It was not. I don't want to say that it was reduced, but it was not increased as it was in previous years.
I
If
got
that
it.
if that
I got
makes
you. Yeah.
sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, no problem. I just want to make sure like we go through those, at least through those discussion and those important part of the conversation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Council President. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to send it to the full council with a fair recommendation.
Second.
Motion has been made by the Council President, seconded by the Vice Chair. Motion favorable, okay, got it. You had it.
Real quick
Discussion,
discussion on this.
Councilor LaPlante.
Yeah, thanks. So we've got the list here, and,
Yes.
and it's not that. I mean, I'm appreciative of the list. The list gives me where the student, I think, is a minor, and where they're going, where they are living now, where the bus is picking them up, and what school they're taking them to. I don't know how much of this information is public information. Where we're putting down people's names and where they live, whether it's Methuen or Lowell or Andover or Revere, going through this list. I just, part of me thinks we should be careful about what we actually put in these documents that are now public documents. So I throw that out there. I believe those are all students' names, right, that are in here?
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, if I don't think if I was their parent and I was not living in our city and this was now a public document that anybody can do a public records
I do
request for,
agree.
now we've got an issue here.
I do agree with you. Yes.
So I don't know I don't know how we fixed it. I don't know how to put the toothpaste back in the tube. This is already out there, but I just would be very careful about doing that. And the last observation that I have on this is when we look at the number of days that somebody is over, that's number of days that are out, it's usually about 12, not all. It seems like, why is 12 a magic number? Not all again, but most of it is 12 days.
I don't know if you're looking at June. I would have to go back and look at how many
Maybe that's
school
it.
days.
Maybe that's it. Maybe this is June. This is the
Yeah,
June.
how many
That
school
answers-
days we had in June? I would have to go back and look at the calendar
Okay.
and see. Obviously, the person the child that has 3 days or 2 days, could be that they just got added to it, or they were absent 10 days. I'm not sure.
Now that you've pointed me to the month, now this makes some sense to me. Okay.
But I do agree with you on the names and addresses, and I'll get with our counsel and our counselor and our attorney and look into that, so
Thank
that
you.
we provide the right process.
Thank you. Council Marmo, did you have something else? Council Marmo.
Well, I just wanted to add, considering that Councilor LaPlante did bring up a good point, so I'm not sure what could we do at this level and at this point to alleviate this issue, before bringing it up to full council. Would it make a big difference in having them redact this information, and just leave the city or town? I think that's important, at least knowing the city and town to which the student was being picked up from, and, where the location of the to and from, but not the exact address. So would it make, I don't know if this is a parliamentary
I do
question
agree.
on redacting information, or is it already considered public record at this level, since it's already been sent to us?
Mr. Cabrera?
No, that is the question that I want to ask the attorney about. Is it
Because before we
Because
bring it
it's
up to a full council, I want to make
correct.
sure that if we could rectify.
I have no problem having transportation redact this and black out, the names. I hear what you're saying about where we're at, like you said, putting the toothpaste back in the tube. Kind of, that's where that's a question that I would have for our attorney to see how we can rectify that if we can
Okay.
at all.
Thank you. I would like to see still the city and town,
Yes.
at least. And Maria, can you make a note to follow up with the city clerk? Maybe perhaps we can put this document specifically on a hold or no distribution, until we get some advice from the schools department's attorney. Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Maria, can you please call the roll? This is a favorable recommendation to send them.
Thank you. Okay. Councilor Mark LaPlante?
Just a point of parliamentary, should we be going back and forth? I'm always being called first. I don't mind being called first.
No
But shouldn't we
problem.
go to a different, you're supposed to rotate it around back and forth. So I'm happy to vote yes
Okay.
on this one.
Go
So
ahead, Maria.
going forward, if we could just do that, that'd be
Of
great.
course, no problem. Vice Chair Vivian Marmo?
Yes.
Okay. Councilor President Giovanni Rodriguez?
He's muted, hold on.
Yes.
Councilor Mark LaPlante?
Oh, yes again.
And Madam Chair Stephanie Fontaine?
Yes, motion carries.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Councilors, I'm going to take something out of order because the senior advisor just needs to leave. Can I have a motion to untable item 63-26, appropriation transfer in the amount of $200,000 from free cash ARPA account to Merrimack Valley Workforce Board for AI Workforce Training for Lawrence residents ages 18 through 25? I have a motion to untable.
Motion to untable.
Motion has been made by the vice chair. Is there a
Before you
second?
go. Second.
Seconded by Councilor LaPlante. Maria, can you please call the roll?
Councilor President Giovanni Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vice Chair
It's
Vice
okay.
Chair,
Counselor works too. Yes. Counselor works.
Councilor Mark LaPlante?
Yes.
Okay, and then Madam Chair Stephanie Fontaine?
Yes. Councilors, last time we had spoken about this item, there were questions pertaining to the funding and where that came about. You did receive, we all received a letter from Senior Advisor Spanner, and I also resent the letter over the weekend in preparation for this meeting. I would like to read this for the record, since the questions were
Please
were
do.
asked publicly.
That would be great.
All right, so this email from Senior Advisor Spanner was sent to the council on March 24th, 2026, and it states the following. Dear Giovanni Rodriguez, Council President and City Councilors, I write to provide a clear and direct explanation regarding the administration's position on the Creating a Thriving Lawrence Fund and the mayor's request to allocate $200,000 toward the Lawrence Youth Artificial Intelligence Workforce Training Program. And I'm sorry, and you guys also have this in your packet, okay. There has been some suggestion that the mayor has changed his position. That is not accurate. The administration position has remained consistent from the outset, both legally and fiscally. During the 2023 budget cycle, the administration proposed approximately $16 million to support the Creating a Thriving Lawrence Fund. That program was structured as a reimbursement-based model. Under that structure, participating nonprofit organizations were required to incur eligible expenses first and then submit supporting documents for reimbursement. That framework was not incidental. It reflected the city's efforts to ensure fiscal accountability, documentary support, consistent administration, and compliance with applicable grant and municipal finance controls. Federal guidance applicable to SLFRF-funded activity requires recipients to maintain documented internal controls, written procedures, and source documentation sufficient to demonstrate that funds are being used for authorized purposes. And the Treasury continues to treat SLFRF, am I saying that correctly? I don't know if there's okay, as a compliance-sensitive program. Consistent to that structure, the city's formal request for funding made clear that funds would be issued on a reimbursement basis, requiring applicants to front eligible costs and later seek reimbursement upon proper documentation. This was a core condition of the program, not a flexible guideline. The Federación Hispana de Pequeños Negocios, the Federation of Small Businesses, submitted an application under that framework. However, the organization was not in a position to front the expenses required by the reimbursement model. Once that became clear, the administration sought legal guidance as to whether the city could make a special exception to the reimbursement requirement for a single applicant. The legal and administrative concern was straightforward. If the city were to waive a core condition for one organization after other organizations were expected to comply with the established reimbursement structure, the city would weaken the integrity of its own controls and create unnecessary exposure to claims of unequal treatment, inconsistency in the administration, and audit risk. Uniform guidance requires recipients to establish and maintain effective internal controls and to monitor compliance with the terms and conditions governing the use of federal funds. This was not only an internal analysis. Attorney Tim Huen provided the same explanation during a prior city council meeting, making clear that diverting from this structure for a single applicant would expose the city to legal and administrative risk. That guidance remains unchanged today. For that reason, the mayor did not, quote, change his mind, unquote, on the governing principle. The principle has remained the same. The city should not alter the rules of reimbursement-based program for one applicant because of political pressure or the after the fact advocacy. The administration's position has been that public programs must be administered according to their adopted terms and with consistent treatment across applicants, particularly where federal compliance, reporting, and record-keeping obligations are implicated. Treasury expressly requires recipients to comply with the final rule, the compliance and reporting guidance, and other applicable regulatory requirements under 2 CFR Part 200. What has changed is the practical reality that funds associated with a proposal that cannot be implemented within those requirements remain unutilized. Leaving those funds idle does not serve the residents of Lawrence. As a result, the administration has proposed a lawful and strategic reallocation toward a workforce initiative that can be implemented with full accountability and measurable outcomes. The proposed $200,000 investment in the Lawrence Youth Artificial Intelligence Workforce Training Program is a forward-looking economic development strategy. As outlined in the report submitted to the council, the program will provide Lawrence High School students a foundational AI training, exposure to industry tools, workforce readiness preparation, and access to internships and mentorship opportunities. It will be administered by the Merrimack Valley Workforce Board and will include measurable performance metrics and reporting back to the council. This initiative represents a direct investment in the city's workforce, economic competitiveness, and long-term tax base. It is structured in a way that is compliant, audible, and aligns with employer demand in a rapidly evolving economy. At its core, this is a matter of governance. The question is whether the city will adhere to the requirements it's formally issued through its own funding process or make exceptions that undermine that process. The administration position is that we must uphold consistent standards, protect the city from unnecessary risk, and ensure that public funds are deployed in a manner that delivers measurable benefit to our residents. For these reasons, the mayor respectfully requests the council support for the proposed AI workforce initiative. This is not a change in direction, but a continuation of responsible, disciplined governance grounded in the very rules the city itself established. Sincerely, Octavian Spanner, Senior Advisor to Mayor Brian A. DePena. Advisor Spanner, you have the floor.
Yes, I'll be very short. Octavian Spanner, advisor to Mayor De Peña. This has been brought up before you before. I don't know if you recall because you deal with a lot of matters, but I remember our city attorney, Tim Hooton, coming before you after the mayor has spoken to him, and he said clearly to you that he was called before the MAT because he provided us, the administration, the mayor and team, the information, but did not provide the information to the city council. So he came before you. There was question that was raised at that time. That was the previous city council, but most of you are there. And it's as indicated in the letter in conversation with the mayor. He said basically this is a very important program that he wants to sponsor. We had a meeting with the executive director of the WIB, or Workforce Board, and trying to see if Lawrence could be at the forefront in the state of Massachusetts with the AI program. I don't think there's any other city right now that is focusing as much, but the demand is high, and we don't want our residents, particularly the youth, fall behind in this opportunity.
Thank you, Advisor Spanner. Councilors, are there any questions or comments for the senior advisor? We do have the executive director of the Workforce Board with us tonight, Frank Bonet, as well. Is there any?
Madam Chair.
I saw Councilor LaPlante first. Councilor LaPlante. And then we're going to Councilor Marmo.
So if there was any concern regarding the approach, that to me has gone away. So I appreciate the letter. I appreciate the fact that this is similar to the previous vendors, if you will, who had to put money up and they were reimbursed. So all that is good. That's not a concern. Where I'm still a little fuzzy and foggy is dealing with the program itself. Mr. Bonet, I listened to him when he was here a month or so ago, and he went into a lot of detail. And I think I got understanding, but it seemed very amorphous. It seemed very fuzzy. It didn't seem very concrete. It was very lucid. And so when the chair was reading your letter, two phrases came to my attention when the letter was read. One is measurable outcomes and measurable benefits.
Yes.
What are
Okay,
the
you-
measurable outcomes and what are the measurable benefits?
Executive Director Frank
Yeah.
Bonet will answer that.
So I came
Name-
prepared. I came prepared to
Name
answer
and-
those very same questions.
and,
Let me answer one of the questions you had, which was a
Name and
reimbursement-
address for the record.
Frank Bonet, Executive Director, Mass Hire Merrimack Valley Workforce Board. 1 Union Street is the location of the business, and I am a District
We
C
don't, it's
resident.
okay, you're here on business, so we just
Okay.
need that, thank you.
Blood type.
Yeah, blood type, all the military things that you need on your dog tags, right? So one of the things was, about the reimbursable rate. We do have a budget that's healthy enough to do the reimbursable, so we are good with that. They talked about the curriculum, what the curriculum would look like. I sent communication, I think it was last week, of one of our training providers on the course summaries that they provide, but we have more AI trainings. But as far as measurable results, to the council or to the whole entire community? That's my question. Because for the
Well,
council,
it was Director Spanner's letter, so you have to ask him what he was intended to write. So I'm just repeating what.
Because for the
was in
metrics
there.
that we can provide you is the amount of Lawrence residents served, the job placements in local communities, wage increases, and employer participation, so that way you know, and the return on investment on the entire city.
Is that something that you could provide
Yeah,
us?
so slow down. So let me here's the context. City council approves that $200,000 is going to be reimbursed, right? We go forward with this. What we're gonna see, now go through the list again of what we're gonna see.
Sure. I can provide the amount of Lawrence youth served, how many go through the program
Okay.
based on the amount of funding.
Okay.
The job placements in Lawrence, the local community job placements, how many of those individuals have been placed at certain points throughout the training, right? Because some will finish before others and they can go to work.
Are those people that with AI?
AI, right. And it's
Requirements?
not an industry, it's
Okay.
a skill that complements a career
Understood.
path, right? And so if we're working with youth also between the ages 16 to 18 that are just about to graduate in the year or the next year, it's even better because what happens is 53% in 2025, 53% of the students in Lawrence Public Schools or Lawrence High School did not attend college. So we want to track those individuals that don't go to college, that have AI skills, that go into the workforce, so that way we know where they went to, what businesses they went to, what industry, what occupation, and their wage for a whole entire year, and we'll report that back to the council. We could also report the wage increases. So they're currently working at a particular location and they don't qualify for WIOA funds. And let's say they're working in a fast food restaurant, right? And they're maybe earning $17, $18 an hour, and they get the AI and they get another job. We can tell you how much was the wage increase from the job they had prior to AI skills to the new job placement.
Before you get going, I just want to go back. You said 16 to 18, what you just mentioned here. In the sheet that not to quibble too much here, it says 18 to 25.
Yes, but in-school youth, I'm talking about in-school youth because they haven't been out, they're not going into the workforce yet, they haven't graduated yet, but
Okay.
I was just making a point that 53% of the Lawrence Public Schools don't go to college, so we like to also approach those individuals. Youth for us, for the workforce, and the funding might be different, but for the workforce, youth is anywhere between 15 to 25.
So I just want to focus on the
18 or
outcomes for people who go to this class, and what do we expect to see from our money that we're spending?
And then, we could also provide to you employer participation. How many employers in the city of Lawrence? And we'll approach those way before individuals are even in training, so that way we know who we can approach as far as job placement for these individuals once they complete their programs. And then any other metrics that you would like to add, we're happy to provide that to you.
Well, I'm not in the education business. I'm in the government business. Right.
But there's a return on investment for
Sure.
the city. You know what I'm saying? What is the return? We talked about the return on investment last time
Sure.
I was here and that was 1 year pilot. How much money we would have spent? How much we anticipate businesses to make more, pay more in taxes, and the money that is spent in the city from wages at 1.5 point of the dollars. I'm sorry. Right.
All right, so I will tell you, Mr. Bonet, you're charming. I enjoy seeing
I am,
you.
thank you.
You've got a great family. I like giving awards to your children. That's fantastic, and they're well-deserved and well-earned, and you should be very proud. That's not a BS, that's sincere. But what the challenge I face is trying to find what you're saying to me when I go and I have to give a bumper sticker answer to someone. You give $200,000 to WIB on AI. What's that getting us? And then I'm going to say to them, well, you have to understand that this is and then we go into all this stuff. It would be really good to say, you know something, we're going to be able to look at of getting, I'm throwing numbers out here. Here's an idea, 100 students, 200 students. And we expect to see at least 50% of those students getting a job title where AI is part of their requirements. And we can show that. We can show that they were in the program and they got a degree or some sort of certification. They put it on their resume and now they were able to get a job. Now we're talking. Now we're saying, okay, we've spent some money and now someone's got a job that they probably wouldn't have had, but for the fact that they did this WIP
So
thing.
I thought we spoke about number of students that could go through the program based on the funding, and that we were planning to place all of the individuals unless they fail the certification, right? If you don't pass the test, you're not certified, just like any other. But I just, top qualifications in the state of Massachusetts, but more in Merrimack Valley, that you need to have so you can, well, you don't need to have, but it's good to have so you can get a better job. And the first one is a valid driver's license, right? So if you tell me, hey, I'm gonna give you $100, and we send students to driving school here, and we pay for it, so that way they can have the license, so they can go to work. And you tell me how many of those are gonna work, after they pass after they take driver's license school. I couldn't tell you unless they pass the actual license, right? So valid driver's license, CPR, first aid, and AI are the top four in the Merrimack Valley. Not that it's needed, but I think that it'll benefit the students. So if you want numbers, I'll break it down. I'll break it down to the most finest detail that you want. I'll go back to my staff and break it down and give you numbers on return on investment and how many students we anticipate placing in the city of Lawrence.
So I'll end with that.
What we can't do is control how many students will first be placed in the city of Lawrence and then decide later on to seek jobs elsewhere. That's what we can't control, right?
I get that. I'll leave it at that. I just know that we had people from the department who gave this overview at the end, and they had a slideshow that I recall, and they brought each one of the numbers and they showed each one of the things. I'm just curious as to what kind of slide would we put for $200,000 that's going to say this is what this money has brought toward the city, and I don't. I mean, is this money that is Mr. Bonet? Can your organization self-fund this, or do you need this grant to be able to do this?
So I really don't need the money. The city of Lawrence has approached us on this particular endeavor, and I'll tell you why. And I think I spoke about it last time I was here. WIOA funding, federal WIOA funding, allows for AI training for individuals who qualify. You have to qualify based on income, whether you're unemployed, whether you're homeless, whether you're veterans. There are some individuals that do not qualify for AI training based on the requirements of the federal government under the WIOA laws, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. So that's who we're trying to target here. Other than that, we have WIOA fundings for youth, adult, dislocated workers. We have state grants, but they have requirements for certain individuals. And if you don't qualify, then you just don't get the funding.
I do have one more question. Mr. Bonet, you've been fantastic. Thank you. Mr. Spanner, because he, as you mentioned, they looked for you. You didn't go here. So they went to you. So now, what is it that, I mean, I heard the letter. I read the letter again, so I get that. But I want to hear in your own words, what are your expectations from this program?
Well, I'll simplify it on behalf of the mayor. There's several trades and right now several companies that are, number one, using AI or experimenting with AI. Let's include even in the field that some of you are in, and in this case would be marketing advertisement is being used. AI is a tool that if you're not familiar with, you're going to fall behind. We have Lawrence General Hospital as well as one of them. They have to keep up with the trends. We have logistic companies within the city that are going to need it. We have construction company that are actually using AI. And if, let's say, a contractor doesn't know how to use or work with AI in the next, let's say, 2 years, because this is going pretty fast, it's going to become very difficult for let's say, not only the employees, but the employers to be competitive in the market. So what we're trying to do and what we have seen is, and I saw the tape that you folks discussed, I think it's Councilor Infante that brought it up, that, yeah, but there's a free AI. It's not the same as having a training be placed and given the opportunity to experiment with it. What happens? We already have the numbers of underemployed youth in the city of Lawrence. And we know the cost of living is becoming very difficult. So the more transferable skills that they have, or any new skills that they can develop, will help them to generate the necessary income, create wealth for the community, and grow professionally. That's the best answer I can give you, Councilor.
Can I just add to that real quick? It doesn't only benefit the youth, it benefits the businesses in Lawrence, right? We talked about a barbershop last time I was around here. And you said, how does that help a barbershop? Well, I got all sorts of information that can help you. But I want to just talk about, let's go with barbershop because it's easy. And I'm not sure how many people are going to go with AI to work with a barbershop, but a business owner may qualify who's a young person who may have a mobile shop and stuff. So, they could do smarter scheduling with fewer no-shows if they use AI or AI-related software. They can do AI booking systems that sends out automatically reminders to people. And all this you could do as a person. It's going to take you a lot of time away from what you should be doing, which is taking care of your customers. So you can do it faster, quicker, more efficient, and probably even better, right, with AI. You could predict busy times and fill the gaps as long as you have your AI calendar. You suggest optimal appointments, which means that you have more filled chairs, more revenues, right? It works well in a restaurant because I think we charge a percentage of the bill, all right? You guys have a meal tax or something like that, or a food tax or something? But it analyzes peak hours, the most popular services, customer frequency. So what they could do is they know when to raise prices slightly, when to offer discounts when they're slow. So they could do automated marketing, social media posts. We do that at Mass Hire. We have one AI system that works for all our social media, so we just do it at one, and then we tell it when we want it to send out, and it does it automatically on its own at particular days and particular time. I don't have to have somebody sit there and do every social media and type up everything. So I can have them do other more important things. They can do promotions, text campaigns to bring customers back. They can do customer preferences, such as they'll have information in the system about the preferred barber, inventory and supply management, right? They can have, I don't know if you've noticed, I go to a particular top large chain up in Salem, New Hampshire to do my major shopping for big ticket items, and I see this little robot going down the hallway, and it's going boop, 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 boop. So that's an AI robot doing inventory. It sends information back to the stock room, and so those individuals, all they have to do is just restock the shelves. They don't have to literally go down the aisles doing an inventory, which saves time, makes it more efficient, and they have it on stock right when it's needed, not when it's, when they have to order it from somewhere else. They can have better client experiences. They can do more consistent booking, personal earning growth. They got skill developments showing trending styles, all on AI. Recommend new techniques, all on AI. AI will do it for you with a video, photo, or in words. It does it for you. Not only that, but it also translate customer requests in any language, right? And give you better communication through appointment details.
I think I get it, Mr. Bonet. I think I get it.
You got it?
I got it.
I have how is it going to help auto repair collisions? Bodega.
You got it. You got
accounting.
no.
On and on. We've
I'm
done
sure
we've
you
done our
could.
studies, but
we're good. Thank you.
I Advisor, I have a question for you. Don't shake your head. That's what you're here for.
Yeah, that's my.
So obviously, this would be a first of its kind program if approved by the council. I'm curious to know if the administration has had support for seeing a program like this start from any of the state delegation. I know there's been some conversations.
Yes,
the
correct.
LPS wanting to see something like this in LPS.
Yeah.
So if there's any information you can give them.
Yeah, we have seen, first of all, we wanted to partner with the school, with Lawrence Public Schools. We've seen in other cities, Houston, I think it was Arizona was one of them as well. And they were developing the program and how successful the partnership component was. And that's why the mayor, we were brainstorming what would be the best approach. Well, our advantage is that we have a workforce board and mass hire. And we want to also shrink our unemployment rate. And this is a great opportunity for us to take the lead on this and start the relationship, well, to work with the companies that are ready to hire these employees, but also with other companies that can prepare themselves and be ready in order for them to start using AI as a tool.
So I guess the long answer to my question is, this has been brought up.
It's
You
been
do
brought
have
up, yes, of
buy-in.
course, but initially it was with the school, with
Understood.
Lawrence
Okay.
Public School, but it was a pilot project, and why would you bring a pilot project in the school if you have mass hire and a workforce board to introduce it as a pilot program? Then the Lawrence Public Schools can take the program over.
Councilors, do you have
Question.
any other, I did say, Councilor Marmo did say she would go next, and then Councilor President, you will go afterwards.
Through you, Madam Chair, I want to preface by saying that I'm in full support of this initiative. I think that this is exactly the direction that we need to take when allocating funds. It's in direct line with the mission and vision that I believe that the administration initially had in talks with supporting the youth, and I think that this is exactly the steps that we need to take. But I must say that I am glad to hear Councilor LaPlante bring up the measurables as to what exactly does it measure and how. And the reason why I say that is because this triggered my memory, and shame on me, because maybe if we would have asked those questions when we initially approved for what this initial, the original allocation of these funds, I don't think we would be here, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, Councilor, remember AI became more popular after because
No, but
in
I
2020
understand.
Yeah.
let me
But
speak.
my point is, in the letter, we're seeing how the city attorney provided an explanation, blah, blah, deviating from this structure for a single applicant would expose the city to legal and administrative risk. Why wasn't the administration having these discussions to ensure before coming to the city council and propose these for us to approve on the Federación, those funds? Like, why those conversations didn't take place then before coming before us asking for approval on those funds? That's my point. I was like, if these questions would have been asked as to how is it measurable, so now it's like we're backtracking, like, oh, we can't measure that, or this doesn't make sense, or it puts us at risk of X, Y, and Z. Like that's what's
What you mean?
aggravating me, because I feel like oftentimes it's common that certain things come before us and it sounds like a good idea, and certain initiatives are pushed to be approved, and come to find out it wasn't that really good to begin with. And again, it's like, shame on me for not doing my due diligence and also thinking that it was a good idea at the time,
anything to support small businesses. That was like my mindset back then. But I didn't ask the detailed questions as to like, oh, well, how is it measurable? What exactly, how are these funds going to be allocated? So again, I'm grateful to like have my colleagues ask certain questions to trigger me to think outside of the box. So, I just wanted to hear from you as to, how could we mitigate from the administration on moving forward, doing their due diligence, talking to the city attorney when it comes to some of these items, and not waiting until after the fact to come to realize that it would have put us at risk.
Yeah. Councilor Morrow, thank you for the question. Maybe you won't recall now, and afterwards you will. Remember, Susan Fink and myself, my colleague, we came to introduce, first of all, we were both in charge of the what we call the ARPA funding, but in reality, like my former colleague Mark Ianello used to say, don't call it ARPA funding because the funding was already transferred into free cash, but we use that word as a reference. We gave an explanation when staff explained that we were basically using the same models of CDBG as part of it, but to minimize the risk and misuse of funds. I remember at that time, Council President LaPlante asked how are we going to safeguard that these funds are not going to be used because it was a huge amount and this was the first time that we were going to use it. The issue in this case with the Federación, the information that they provided when we were looked at some of the information provided, you have a small business organization in which has 160 members, 160. There are active businesses. So if you have an active business and a business cannot provide at least 250 membership, multiply by 160, 250. That's usually what people charge. And they were not able to produce, it was $0. We looked at it. The mayor at that time in the beginning was in favor, but then came the issue that the organization said that they didn't have money to front it.
But that brings me to my point, that these are the things that should have been addressed prior to the item coming before us.
We did. But if an organization states that they have funding that is available but do not produce, okay, they could be selected, awarded, but if they don't produce the information that they are able and capable to reimburse, then it's going to be an issue. You can have any business that comes and says, okay, I need $5,000. Where's the money? Where's the money that you have? What's the matching money? Depending on, in this case, it was reimbursed on a reimbursable basis. And they were not able to produce. Were they the only organization that didn't, I think there were they were the only organization. They were the only organization that couldn't show evidence of being capable to reimburse.
Okay.
And this was not personal. I think, and it's unfair to staff as well if an organization states that they have the money and they are not able to produce this, as well as not giving us the KPI or at least, what were the income, the outcome of the program. And remember, we came with a screen. We came with a presentation of each one of the organization because they were accountable to the city council as well to provide the information.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Council Marbles has another question.
This question is, I'm all set. I just
Thank
wanted
you.
to make sure that I got that off my chest in terms of, based on what I saw in the letter, it just triggered me to bring that up.
Thank you.
Mr. Bonet, we talked about how AI has so many pathways. And I believe in the last meeting that we addressed this item at the Budget Committee, it was due to the fact that a curriculum has yet to be created, and that is what brought a lot of the hesitation to just flat out, and it feels like blindly approving. So given the conversation that we're having right now as to like the pathways, there's so many pathways to AI. So for example, I'm in fraud and we've talked about AI in terms of how AI could help identify patterns in, suspicious transactions. Let's just say, for example, we have AI in marketing. So do you guys have in mind as to kind of zoning into a specific industry in the AI? Because again, AI could touch on many.
Definitely, right. Like we said before, AI is not an industry. It's more like a skill that can complement a career path or industry or occupation. So I sent an email last week, a training provider that is on the approved listed training from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts that we use. And when I say we use, the client, we always a client choice program, so the client chooses the program, and that's the curriculum that you saw. So our RFP, we want to do it not identical, but more or less, like you said, driven to the industry that Lawrence has. Other cities and towns in the Merrimack Valley have different industries that they're strong as.
Okay.
Our regional blueprint for the whole entire Merrimack Valley has the top 3 industries listed as advanced manufacturing, healthcare, and IT related. I don't think I want to attack the IT because that's one of the industries that AI is soon going to swallow up, and really quickly, right? Code writers, we talked about it and stuff like that. So we're going to concentrate on advanced manufacturing, healthcare, and the smaller businesses that are in Lawrence. Lawrence has a high retail service industry-driven economy. I forget the number of businesses in Lawrence, but it's the highest. So we're talking about bodegas, places that sell clothes, shoes, and things like that, accounting services. And so we're going to concentrate on those that will provide a higher return on investment for the individual to go into a career path, right? So maybe some finance, accounting, definitely healthcare, advanced manufacturing, and so forth. Whatever we feel, not whatever, maybe whatever you feel as well. You could also, we welcome your input on any of these things. But what we do is we have a list of all the businesses in the city of Lawrence, and we see how many employees they have, how many vacancies they have across, and that's how we do most of our strategic planning. Yeah.
I'm all
Thank
set,
you.
Madam Chair. Thank you.
Yeah.
Council President?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of things that I need to bring up and also some clarifications and some questions related to this item. Let me start by saying that I like the program. I actually would like something like that happening. Conceptually, I agree with the program. I would like the city of Lawrence to adopt a program like this. But under these circumstances, I think that these funds allocations of the source of the funds of this program are not the right one. By all means, I will support it if we actually transfer free cash to this fund, to this program tomorrow. No problem whatsoever. Because I am agreeing of the concept of the project. By all means, it is well defined and well targeted. But the funding portion of it, it is absolutely wrong. And I'm going to express my point as of why. The ARPA funds, $60 million that we have allocated through different programs. Some of those funding, they have different requirements. They have different requirements, and in this program, under this program, the reimbursement requirement was adapted into it, related to the $400,000, if I'm not mistaken, that were originally allocated for that for the Latino Chamber of Commerce. By saying that, I think that originally that was one of the most promoted and the most well-defined and the item that had the most information as to how they were going to give it to the small businesses. All of a sudden, things changed drastically. And the way that it changed, I didn't agree as of why it changed. It is important to recognize that other organizations didn't have the same requirements. Perhaps the $2.5 million that we allocate to the Lawrence Redevelopment Authority through the same funding, ARPA, didn't have the reimbursement allocation or the reimbursement requirements. And as well as the first set of group of funding that we approve. Out of the $4.7 million, $4.7 million that we allocate on the second round of the ARPA funding, these $400,000 were part of it. And the discussion were very significant because we have the president of the organization coming in front of us presenting the program with all the details that we were looking for, and obviously understanding that this organization it's a fairly new organization with no fee that they charge for the service that they provide to the clients. And this grant was going to be, how they said, a grant. By not following the guidance of the administration, specifically perhaps doing the fair thing, what is supposed to be done, that's why that was the initial issue that we have in the city with this $400,000. Nevertheless, we approved, the city council approved about $500,000 for other fund that were supposedly be for small businesses that they were going to be working on the facade and of their businesses, and not necessarily around the downtown area, but in other areas around Broadway Street. And we have a presentation out of the OPD director back then, and they explained that how we were going to measure that program, and we approved those $500,000. But all of a sudden, that scope of the work changed completely, and they give out those funds even to businesses that didn't have an actual location. Completely different than what we approve. After that, these $400,000 allocated to the Latino Chamber of Commerce, they want to do the same program. The administration want to follow the same program and take the organization away from the process that we have approved. And it was all a plan that I didn't agree with it. There was a difference of characters, a difference of opinion, but at the end of the day, we, the council, allocate funding for the small businesses. And now I think it's a great opportunity if we look at this program. Take that $400,000 away from the small businesses that we agree upon, that we approve, the council approve, and we wanted to make sure that we give it up. And now we have this dilemma. I'm in the agreement of supporting this $200,000 tomorrow. I'm in favor of supporting it tomorrow if the source of the funding is not this $400,000 for multiple reasons. But it's unfair to the organization. It's unfair to the people that we're counting on. It is unfair to the scope of the work that we have approved and previous job and previous project related to small businesses. It is unfair to even to the council, the institution, that we have approved something and all of a sudden there is loopholes around because we don't like a person and we don't like somebody that is running it, that we're just not going to do it. I don't think this is it is affecting something so good like this program for AI. But I don't think that, we should be doing this when it comes, because we all know, especially whatever, most of the people that are in this room, as to why this money is not giving out to the organization. So I don't think I'm gonna support the item to be transferred, not because I'm not supporting the program. I'm supporting the program 100%. But the source of the funds is not the right one. I don't think so.
Madam Chair, can I just say something briefly? Number one, it's not about an organization, and it's not about an individual. I have never come before you and spoken or mentioned any person's name. I remember in the beginning, 2023 or around that time, there could have been a conflict of interest because of a city councilor. I spoke personally with a city councilor, not to make a drama, because that's how you work between administration and the legislative body. So we have never brought before you any name or told you, oh, because there's one individual or that. This is taxpayers' money. And in addition of being taxpayers' money, as I wrote in the letter, we were cautioned by the city attorney on how to proceed. And for us not to follow our city attorney's recommendation would not be wise in conducting this business. So we have been transparent in the fact, and we can attest it, because I remember when Susan Fink came before you, we explained the entire process, and it hasn't been different. And this is the only organization that has been mentioned that didn't follow the process. And I think, in exception of a couple of private companies that also applied, and private companies that we thought were nonprofit organization, and the office of Susan and Kate, they alerted myself, and we brought it to the attention of the mayor that these organizations were not going to qualify because they were private entities.
Okay, let me just continue saying. Now that you mentioned the situation that happened back then, during the process of this whole situation, we the council, there's a couple of things that we need to be aware of. This is a free cash fund in reference of ARPA. This is not the ARPA fund. The ARPA fund were transferred to be free cash. Therefore, if we have a free cash, which is an allocation and it's approved by the council, and is denied after the fact due to the fact that a potential conflict of interest or a procedure situation, or due to the fact that it is not according to the law, or whatever reason, that fund can go back to the free cash and can be allocated on a different source. It has been done. It is not the first time. One of the reasons, a couple of companies that were not actually able. This is not the only one. If I remember correctly, the hospital denied $50,000 because they didn't want it anymore because of the potential conflict of interest. And also that the Greatest Lawrence the clinic also denied $100,000 because there was a potential conflict of interest. Those funds were back to the free cash money, and potentially be allocated in the future for any other purpose. This money right here could go back normally and allocate it through an RFP to an organization that potentially going to give out this same amount of money under different circumstances. This is not something new. This is something that have been done before. And many other organizations that didn't take the money, we have allocated with other conditions at the council. The problem here is that we cannot ignore that it has been a public pressure throughout the city for the administration to give out these funds. And unfortunately, due to that, I'm not mentioning any names, but due to the difference between the administration of the organization and the difference of the administrations of the current administration here in the city of Lawrence, we have not give those monies to ultimately the small business that we're going to be aware to. But during the same time, we changed the scope of the work of $500,000 that were approved by the council under a specific circumstances, and those money were give out to even people or organizations or new businesses that were not, they were completely new and didn't even have in compliance with the scope of the work that we approve. So again, let me reiterate, I agree with the project. Director Bonet, you have done a great job when it comes to presenting this project. I just don't agree with the source of the fund due to the fact that I still believe that we should maintain what this fund was approved for. If we need to go back and do another RFP and open it up for different businesses to apply, by all means. But I think that it is more than just procedures. We just, the administration don't want to allocate this fund to the current administration of the organization. And it is not a secret to anybody that is here as of why. So unfortunately, I won't be able to support the program due to the fact of the source of the funds. If we change the source of the fund today, I will support it.
Thank you, Council President. Is there a response to that? Do you guys any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion.
I'll say motion to table until we find the proper resource, the proper funding.
There is a motion to table. Is there a second?
Motion that we send this up to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
Motion
call the
has
question?
been. What
To
was that?
table?
So there was no second on the table, and now there's a
Oh, was
motion.
no second.
Now there's a motion to send with a favorable recommendation to the full council. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Second was made by Councilor Marmol. Discussion on the motion.
Just real, I don't want to
Council-
kill this horse more than it's been killed already,
Councilor
but
Plant.
this is not my strongest motion of the evening. Just letting you know that I don't have any problem with the funding portion of it. It's just the whole issue of AI. It's like writing an open check. But there's so much that I don't know about it, but I'm willing to give it a chance. I'm willing to see what we can do. It's worth it. So thank you. That's all I want to say.
Councilor Marmol? Oh, your mic is off.
I wanted to add, I validate Council President's sentiments regarding this item. It's not a secret in terms of, what my passions as counselor is. Anything that has to do with revitalizing, helping small businesses, especially downtown. It's something that I have personally discussed with many, with counselors, along with the mayor himself. But I also don't see myself having the heart to say no to this initiative, and it's pinning me like between a rock and a hard place, in terms of what Councilor Rodriguez is saying is not inaccurate, but I don't want to see this initiative not being passed, because I do see the value in having this, not only for our city but for our youth. So that's my reasoning behind supporting this item.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Sure. Councilor Vice Chair Vivian Marmol.
Yes.
Councilor Mark LaPlante.
Yes.
Councilor President Giovanni Rodriguez,
No.
Councilor Madam Chair Stephanie Infante.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Please be present for the full council meeting next week. Next Tuesday. Thank you. Thank you. Councilors, the next item on the agenda is item 131-26, authorization to expend $300,000 in earmark provided by Representative/Leader Frank Moran for supplemental costs associated with city bridge projects. We do have, it was brought to us by our planning director, Director McCarthy. Director McCarthy is on Zoom. Director, you have the floor.
Good evening, Chairperson Infante. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
All right. Back in 2025, a supplemental budget was passed by the governor called the Fair Share Supplemental Budget, and this one was geared towards transportation funds. Councilor Frank Moran, working from comments from both our delegation and from the city, worked hard to get $300,000 in an earmark to gear towards the restoration and work on some of the city bridges. In your package, you have a copy of the supplemental fair share budget remarks, and you have the page with the Lawrence earmark for $300,000, and it says that no less than $300,000 shall be spent to the city of Lawrence for the construction and rehabilitation of the Joseph Casey Bridge, the Mario Lucchese Memorial Bridge, the Daisy Street Bridge, and the Majowitz Bridge. The Majowitz Bridge is what we commonly refer to as the Short Street Bridge. Right now, both the Short Street Bridge and the Lucchese Bridge, which is the bridge over Union Street, are going through the process of right-of-way collection and doing the soft cost estimates. So those projects can be constructed next year. The Daisy Street Bridge needs some short-term restoration, and I think the Casey Bridge, it's clear there's a lot of problems with that. On the last page, you have the reimbursable program preliminary estimate form. This estimate form was created through a coordination between the Department of Public Works and the city planning department. So those are what we have on there as against the earmark. The supplemental funds are to be used on any of the four bridges mentioned, and I'm free to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Councilors, any questions or comments? Councilor Marmo.
I want to give special thanks to Leader Frank Moran and the state delegation for spearheading these funds. This has been a project that has been a long time coming. I've sent countless emails when I've initiated my role as counselor to address this. Specifically, the Lowell Street Bridge is at a point where it's actually dangerous. It's not even a public safety issue. It's like, it's way beyond that at this point. So I just wanted to make sure that, that publicly I thanked Moran and the state delegation and everyone involved in order to make this happen. My question is, I do see that the bridge is gonna close, I believe, April 24th. Is there some sort of timeline detailed in terms of the scope of the project? How long will it entail? For how long the bridge will be closed? I'm assuming there's different timestamps for the different locations of these projects.
Yeah, the actual closure date is April 20th.
Oh, it's 20th, okay.
It's the day, well, it'll be the April 21st actually, because April 20th is Patriots Day. The work is going to begin. The bridge will be closed off at both ends of Jersey barriers. The city, the Department of Planning's been meeting with all the businesses for the last several weeks. The mayor's been on the radio talking about it as well. The closure is going to be approximately 7 months, is what we're expecting. Right now, they're in the process this week of removing the asbestos material from beneath the bridge. And again, it'll be a total demolition and a complete replacement of the bridge and it's going to be going over the rail trail. So it's a bridge that formerly went over the old train line that used to go to Manchester, and it goes down Lowell Street. We did have a meeting with all the department heads and with the safety services to go over the rerouting. It will be a period of 7 months, more or less, that'll be closed. In a construction project of this scope, you can never guarantee anything to a day, but that's what I'm being told by the contractors. And they have it fairly well planned out.
Is this going to be permanently closed, or is it
It
going to
will
be
be-
closed during
it-
the operations of construction?
It will be closed. It'll be closed permanently. They're going to demolish it. They're going to take it right off, and there'll be nothing there. And they're going to build a new bridge.
And I believe I heard you say that you've met with department heads. Is the fire department included along with law enforcement in order for them to address any potential issues with, them
Yeah.
having to address needs of the city that will directly, if it will impact other departments in
Yes,
terms
we
of
had
that
long
location?
talks about that. We looked at the rates of the lights at the intersection of Broadway and Lowell Street primarily. That's probably the busier intersection that'll be affected by this. We also had MIVA, our bus transportation. They were part of the meeting, as well as the state Department of Transportation working with us. There's going to be signs going to be posted up in the next few days. You're going to see them with the detour route. The detour route will come down Lowell Street, go one block up to Haverhill Street, and then continue up at Route 110. The unfortunate part, our biggest concern is public safety measures and the fire department's ability to get up into the Tower Hill area from the station on Lowell Street. So that was of primary importance. But we talked about, what we're going to do with the lighting. Of course, those are all automatically triggered by the fire department, so they get the green light anyway when they do go out. But we're going to test after the bridge is closed. We're going to do some testing to see if the volume of traffic is affected on Broadway in any manner, if there's any blockage or any bottlenecking, and if so, we're going to coordinate the lights as necessary to alleviate that.
Okay, I'm glad you said that because that was going to be my next question in terms of were there going to be any adjustments to the timing of the lights in order to allow for, I guess, a more alleviated flow of traffic?
Yeah, there is, and we've already talked about that. We've all, and I think the opinion amongst everybody was that there's really no way of telling. The hope is that there won't be an effect, but we won't know that until after the bridge is closed.
Okay.
The Haverhill Street passage is actually a much busier road than Lowell Street, and Essex Street's a much busier road than Lowell Street as well. But for the fire safety, that is the main avenue because of the directness from the station.
Oh, no. I just hope that, when these type of projects take place, considering how extensive it is, that if there are any adjustments that need to be made, that you guys are taking the time to make that analysis and adjust, My last question is, have you guys properly notified the surrounding businesses that will be impacted because of this closure?
We did last week. On Wednesday morning, the mayor was on the radio. On Thursday afternoon, 6 employees from the Department of Planning went out and canvassed the entire neighborhood. They went to about 65 businesses, handing out flyers and taking down information, names, phone numbers, and they're going to be going back out based upon some of the feedback we got. We're going to be going out with a questionnaire, like a frequently asked questions with numbers to call if there's any question on that. On the other side of the road, on the Lowell Street, Winter Street area, the Department of Public Works canvassed that neighborhood, to going to all the residents who live on Lowell Street, all the way up to Oxford Street, and providing them notices, cards, and information about the closures as well. And again, the way we're going to close the bridge is we're going to make sure that every business is going to have access. There are a couple of businesses on Lowell Street. I know Polo Centro has a factory that's right next to the bridge. We're going to make sure they have complete access for their trucks, for their employees. Same thing for Winter Street. Winter Street will be completely open at all times, because we made sure that the barriers to protect the bridge are going to go right at the foot of the bridge, not into the intersections.
Okay, thank you so much. This was very informative, and I appreciate the level of work and attention that you guys took for addressing the potential needs of those that are going to be affected. So thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Council President?
Now that we're talking about that specific bridge, I have a concern about how the city have approached this closure. Based on my experience working with similar situations, the city didn't even call for a public meeting, and that's very typical. Very typical. Very typical. I'll say sometimes even necessary. And that's unfortunately that we are going through a 7-month closure on a bridge that is a regular, normal two sidewalk, one on each direction, and one lane in each direction over the railroad, and not necessarily have, but on the major arteria, because Lowell Street is a major arteria to the city, and not having proper notice, and deciding to close the bridge, that bridge of Lowell Street, all the way to Broadway Street, from Winter to Broadway Street. I don't see that necessary. As a matter of fact, that will be very inconvenience, and very convenience to whoever is going to be working on that, but to the community is going to be absolutely bad, because once we close out the road around there, people are not going to have access to those locations. Business owners are going to have access to it, but those business owners, they have no business if they have no clients. And this is the thing. Like, if we get the impression of the entire area being closed, and then the alleyways from the area, business on the alleyways are not going to be available to get in and get out. And businesses that are very close by, like the shop that is right there, the multi-service that is right there, all the boutique and the cafeteria that is right there, the barber shop that is right on that location between the bridge and Broadway Street. Around that stretch, I can count about, I'll say, over 12 businesses that now they're not gonna have that people going to their business, because I mean, they're gonna be able to get in and get out, but the fact that they're gonna be closed for everybody else, I just want to understand, like, how people are gonna be able to get into those businesses to produce business. So I don't think, well, we're very poor on the planning of this closure, to be honest with you. Not even managing to have a public meeting, it is bad, absolutely bad. I have people that have called me that they've received the information from someone that have no information, that have no follow-up responses to the questions that people have, and it was bad. It was bad. I was surprised. I still haven't received information about that the bridge being it's going to be closed for 7 months. I received the flyer from someone from somebody that is going to be affected. The city haven't probably sent any particular information. I don't know. I don't think so. But I mean, it's very poor the way that this is being managed. Not to the standards, to be honest with you, and I know the standards very well. and we're gonna be closing that arteria for 7 months, and those businesses are gonna be affected by the end of this bridge. When it's done, the fact that we haven't do what it takes to be able to manage expectations around the businesses, it is going to be absolutely bad to the businesses from around there, unfortunately. I don't know, to be honest with you. I'm very disappointed of this. And the way that first of all, I believe that, the bridge should be open partially and do the construction by stages. Stage 1 and stage 2. And be able to have one lane in one direction at least around the project, but that's not the case. But it is not. I don't think it's well done, to be honest with you. Now that you brought it up, I don't think it's like very disappointing.
Thank you, Council President. Any further discussion, Councilor Plant?
A little lighter than his earlier conversations. I am thrilled to see that the actual names of the bridges are on this application form. Are you kidding me? Joseph W. Casey Bridge, Mario Lucchese Memorial Bridge, the Madjewitz Bridge. But we're missing one. The Daisy Street Bridge actually has a name.
I couldn't find it.
Who knows it?
I said I couldn't find it.
All you got to do is just go on Google Earth and Maps, and it shows the Theodore Bedul Bridge right there. Bedul, Theodore Bedul Bridge. Guy died in 1936. There was a major flood over there. Got pneumonia. Died, and the city council decided to name that bridge after him. But listen, the other day would have been just the Short Street Bridge. We would have glossed over it. So any good stuff on there. On the bigger issue regarding the placement of the businesses, I don't have a dog in that fight. I defer to those who live in the area. I defer to those who understand that. But I will tell you this: getting money for infrastructure is not easy. So we get money to fix bridges, because then when the bridges aren't fixed, what do we hear? When are they going to fix the bridge? These bridges aren't being fixed. And then we get the money to fix the bridge, and now we're saying, well, we're not doing it, we're not working through it all, and maybe there's a better way. And maybe to the council president's point, listen, he knows far more than I do about the timing and the business implications, et cetera, et cetera. But maybe we ask as part of the motion to send this up to the full council and see if there's a way to minimize the disturbance. So not all the bridges are done on the same time. So there's no one cutting over, and that there's a sequencing that makes some sense. I don't know what the sequencing is, but that's just an option there that those Mr. McCarthy, is that something that would be in order?
Not in order.
Yeah, we do that. The state has a bridge division which works on these in a process. The Lowell Street Bridge has been on the construction agenda for 12 years that I can recall. We were able to get it expedited and moved up on because it was included as part of the rail trail project. The rail trail project was actually affecting 4 bridges in the city, but 3 of them are pedestrian bridges, and only one of them is a arterial bridge. That's the Lowell Street Bridge, but we are simultaneously working on 3 other bridges.
So, through you, and I'm about to make a motion here, but I'd like a little bit of input, Mr. McCarthy. Is there anything in the motion that we could add to that articulates the concern and the sensitivities that the council president has raised with respect to timing and impacts?
Yeah, we did discuss having neighborhood meetings, but there's really no generally affected neighborhood there. It is mainly a business district, and we felt they're reaching out to us. We also had a discussion about the timing of it. There's a theory that you don't want to you don't want to put out too far in advance. You don't want to tell 6 months in advance that you're closing down the bridge. You want to do it in the weeks before the bridge, so it becomes consistent, and you make a constant outreach to that. So we've been doing that for the past 3 weeks. Again, I've seen some discussion on social media about people haven't been advised of this. Again, the bridge isn't closing until next week. There's still going to be some staffing going on. We're working with Clear Channel to put up some major notifications citywide. We're going to have the electronic placement from both the state and the city with the electronic message boards. And we're going to have the route for the detour widely articulated. And again, I just want to make the comment, when we did have a discussion, the original project was looking at closing the road at Broadway and at Winter Street, and the city said, no, we don't want that. So Winter Street is open, and every business on Winter Street will not be affected by this. Same thing for the shops that that the president mentioned. There's a auto repair shop. There's some alleyways, and all traffic, general traffic, will be allowed to enter into that area for purposes of business. It's just not going to be a throughway anymore. They can't cross the bridge.
And
So
how much,
there's-
and Mr. McCarthy, one last question before I make this motion. Once this money is authorized to expend, when will these bridges be complete? When will the construction begin and end? And you said it already, I'm sorry I missed it. Can you repeat
Okay,
that?
Lowell Street is a 7-month construction process period beginning on April 20th. We need money to do a short fix on Daisy Street Bridge, the Theodore Badul Bridge, I may say, because that has some critical issues that have been identified by Mass DOT. Short Street and Lucchese Bridge are both in very poor condition. Their sidewalks have been closed, though they're safe for traffic to cross. They're not good for pedestrians. So those are on our TIP project. The construction period will probably be in 2027. And frankly, right now we're gearing towards getting advertising dates for both those bridges to go out to bid in the fall. So they'll go out to bid in the fall. Contractors will be selected, and we're hoping the construction will begin in the spring of 2027. Again, we're trying. Short Street Bridge, or Madrowitz Bridge, as I call it, is not a very. It's used more for as a cut through. We're very concerned about the Lucchese Bridge because Union Street is a very important thoroughfare, and that will only be closed for short periods completely. I'm told maybe like 5 days at a time while they do major. Again, this won't be a bridge replacement like Lowell Street. It'll be a refabrication of the bridge to make it safer.
I'd like to make a motion and we send this up to the full council with a favorable recommendation, and also with the caveat that all mitigation of impacts to local businesses and residences are taken into consideration as construction commences.
Motion has been made by Councilor Plant, seconded by Council President Rodriguez. Any further discussion on this matter?
Discussion?
Council Marmu.
So just real quick, because I don't want to, I want to take into account the experience and expertise that Councilor Rodriguez has in this industry with Mass DOT, which allows him to have eyes and a perspective that, for me, it would have been an oversight. So if you don't mind reminding me once again, Mr. McCarthy, when Councilor Rodriguez made certain suggestions regarding partially closed, or if we're gonna permanently close, it's only during the operations of the construction, and then after a certain time period, it could be reopened. Is that off the table altogether? And if the reasoning behind that, it's because of the, I want to make sure you guys took that into consideration, and there's a reasoning behind it being permanently closed as opposed to not having it partially opened.
So I meet on a weekly basis with the team from Mass DOT and the contractors to go over the construction portion of it. So I will raise this as a question. I just want to remind everybody that the earmark, the funds for this earmark that we're voting on tonight are not related to the Lowell
Not
Street.
related to it.
That's 100% funded through the rail trail project. So what I will do is I will speak to my construction team on Thursday. I'll ask them if there's a possibility, if there's any kind of leeway on that. I can ask them if anybody be free to come to the city council and speak on it.
Yeah, all right.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, I just want to piggyback on what
Council President.
Councilor Marmo says. Well, yeah, it is actually true. The earmarks have nothing to do with the project that we mentioned, but I piggyback on what Councilor Marmo mentioned early on when it comes to the bridge on Lowell Street. And yes, it is true that this money have nothing to do with that specifics. That other bridge have been funded through that specific project, which is the project that we just mentioned.
The rail trail, yeah.
But
Thank
what
you.
isn't being taken into consideration is that's very rare. The fact that the notification is going out a week prior to the construction or the closure.
I'll give him that.
And that's basically what make me wonder as of why this is at District 4 then, or this is not Mass DOT in general, because that doesn't happen in other cities and town. Other cities and town, perhaps they even have a press release going out prior, a significant amount of time prior to the closure. And also have a specific notifications to the public, including baseboards, for even 2 weeks before the closure. And you mentioning that on this case we just doing the notification and everything consistently for about a week. That's something that is. Knowing the fact that our community is a unique community, I don't think that it will that's gonna help. But I mean, like I said, Madam Chair, I piggyback on what Councilor Marmo was saying due to the fact that she mentioned it originally, and I definitely was looking for the opportunity to discuss on that, and that was this is the scenario.
Thank you. Maria, can you call the roll, please?
Councilor President Giovanni Rodriguez.
Now you're not going to mark anymore.
She's mixing
I
it up.
am.
Can
I
you
am.
please? We still have
Vice
long
Chair.
matters. Let's continue
Sure thing.
this.
Vice Chair Vivian Marmo.
Yes.
Councilor Mark LeBlanc.
Yes.
Madam Chair Stephanie Fonte.
Yes,
Motion carries.
Council President.
Okay, thank you,
You missed
thank you,
Council
everybody.
President.
Oh.
I vote yes.
Oh, okay, you got it, okay. Thank you. The next item is item 132-26, review and approval of annual application to HUD for Community Development Block Grant. Known to us, we use it as CD, we say CDBG. Estimated amount of $1,638,713. And the home grant in an estimated amount of $894.17, and we have our Manager of Financial and Administrative Services, Sue Fink. Mrs. Fink, you have the floor.
Good evening, councilors. As you said, Sue Fink, Manager of Financial Administrative Services in the Office of Planning and Development at 360 Merrimack Street. So when I submitted this item to the agenda, we did not know what our funding allocation was going to be for FY27. But HUD has announced the allocation amounts on Friday, April 3rd. So I do have actual numbers before you tonight in your budget packet. So we will be receiving $1,606,570 in CDBG funds.
Can you repeat, 1,600,000?
1,606,570.
Okay.
This unfortunately is a reduction over the FY26 allocation of $32,143. For home, we are receiving $835,894 and, oh, no, I take that back, I'm sorry. $831,805.18. That's 831,805.18. And we're estimating to receive about $20,000 in program income. So this is a decrease of $4,088.99 over the FY26 allocation. So we began our action plan process in November with outreach done via newspaper ads, flyers, radio announcements, emails to the nonprofits, social media posts, personal contacts with the nonprofits. The CDBG budget, which you have in front of you on this paper. I'm assuming you got these. We've delivered them on Friday. You did not get this? I apologize for that. I guess I will bring more copies over tomorrow. So the CDBG budget has $500,000 for park improvements, $354,256 for infrastructure improvements, $200,000 as a match to our $7 million lead grant, $10,000 as a match to a grant that Emmaus receives to house formerly homeless individuals from Lawrence, $221,000 in public service projects, which was allocated through the RFP process, and $321,314 for planning and administrative costs. There is a 20% cap on planning and administrative costs. We cannot exceed that. An RFP process was conducted for the public service funding, and applications were made available December 4th, due on January 16th. The applicants were required to attend a mandatory application workshop on December 11th. If they did not attend the workshop, we would not accept their application. 45 people attended the workshop, and when applications were received, they were checked against the attendance sheet to make sure that someone from the organization did attend. We ended up receiving 22 applications. They requested a total of $504,000. And at the time, we had estimated we would have $235,000 available for funding after funding the $10,000 to Emmaus. And there is a statutory cap of 15% of the CDBG grant that can be used for public service activities. The Community Development Advisory Board, or the CDAB, is made up of residents selected by the mayor that review the applications and make funding recommendations to the mayor. This year's CDAB members are Lynette Perez, Edison Mercedes, State Rep. Estela Reyes, City Councilor Mark LaPlante, and City Councilor Rosalie Gonzalez. And I want to publicly thank them for their time they dedicated to this process. Applicants did a 3-minute presentation to the CDAB on February 12th, and the CDAB met on February 19th to decide on their recommendations. Unfortunately, State Rep. Reyes and City Councilor Rosalie Gonzalez were not able to be at this meeting. And as I said, the allocations were not known at that point, so the CDAB based their recommendations on the estimated funding. On March 3rd, Acting Community Development Director Charlotte Pasquale, Kate King, Marisol Colon, and I met with Mayor DePena and Chief of Staff William Castro and presented the CDAB recommendations. No decisions were made during that meeting because the mayor wanted time to review the recommendations. The mayor did make his final funding decisions, which unfortunately I thought you would have had in front of you tonight, but you will receive a sheet like this that has that information on it. There were 7 applications that did not receive funding, and out of that 7, 2 of the organizations were disqualified because they did not provide the required documentation. The home budget puts $143,853.88 for first-time homebuyer down payment assistance. There is a 15% requirement for community housing development organizations, or CHODOs, of $124,770.78. We have set aside $500,000 for housing development projects and $83,180.52 for administrative costs. And the home grant has a statutory cap of 10% for administrative costs. So what I am asking for you this evening is for you to approve the budget, authorize the expenditure of these grant funds, and send this item to the full council in order of public hearing to be held on May 5th. And I will be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Councilors, any questions or comments?
Madam Chair.
Councilor Marmo.
Madam Chair.
Not necessarily a question, I'm just, it's unfortunate that I don't have all the documents at hand.
And I apologize. I
No,
thought they came over on Friday.
It's understandable, it could happen. At least I could say my experience with you is not a pattern, so, which is why I have a very, you know, my reaction to not being fully prepared to provide an approval of moving this forward is because of the fact that I don't have those documents. So I just at least wanted to give you an explanation as to where I stand. But completely understand that there was some sort of oversight with not having those documents at hand. I did check my email to see just in case it was on me, and maybe you did email it, but I didn't see it in my emails as well, so.
No, I had prepared hard copies, and I
and
thought they
then-
were brought over. Again, I apologize.
And considering that this is like over $1 million, I just wanted to make sure that I understood what I'm approving.
Of course.
Thank you. Council President?
Yes, I just was wondering to see if that email was sent, because I was looking at my email and on Zoom, I don't have that information whatsoever.
Yeah, no, I didn't send it via email. I printed out hard copies to be brought over.
Yeah. I mean, I think email will be easier because
I think both.
at
I
some
will
point
email
we're
them
gonna go digital.
to the councilors tomorrow, and I will bring additional hard copies over.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I'll make a motion to table.
Motion to table, is there a second? Second. Properly seconded, no discussion. Maria, can you please call the roll?
Yeah.
Okay, so there is a problem.
Yeah.
All right, can you rescind your motion, Council President?
What happened? I couldn't hear.
Can you take back your motion for a question?
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem with it, but there is an
Thank-
issue, you said?
Thank you, yes.
Well, we have to submit this to HUD by May 15th. So I have to have the public hearing and
And the final approval.
the final approval by then.
By May 15?
Right.
So, okay. You see, our next meeting will be on the 27th. Send it out to the full council. And Tuesday, the 5th.
All right, I suggest that we send this as a committee report pending the additional documentations needed for a final vote. So can I have a motion?
I mean, I have no problem sending it due to the fact that we have that, we have to approve it by May 15. Do we have that information as of, that we need to approve that by May 15? With you,
I can send over the regulation that sets the timeline for submission. It has to be submitted 45 days before the start of our fiscal year.
the question is why not sending that information? There was an issue with the approval from the mayor, or there was what happened? Because usually we get it on time at the committee level.
So the question, yeah, you had the question.
So yes, there was somewhat of a delay in getting the final budget approved from the mayor. And again, I guess I will have to bring things over myself in the future. I thought I entrusted it to somebody else to bring it over on Friday.
Okay, so there is, I'm asking for a committee report pending the two additional documents.
So
for-
moved.
Motion has been made by Councilor Plans. There is a second. Seconded by Councilor Marmol. Discussion? All right, I'm gonna say one thing, and I don't mean to drag this on, but again, we've been very hard on not moving things forward if things are uncompleted. I'm voting in favor of this simply because you are very good with providing things ahead of time and ensuring that the council has what they need in order for us to make a decision. So this is my only exception due to that, but that doesn't, for people watching, and we have some departments head here, that doesn't mean this is always going to happen, at least from this counselor. But
And I appreciate this.
yeah. So, Maria, can you please call the roll?
Sure. Councilor Mark LaPlante,
Yes.
Councilor Vice Chair Vivian Marmol,
Yes.
Councilor President Giovanni Rodriguez,
Yes.
and Madam Chair Stephanie Infante.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Councilors, we have two major items
Thank you,
after
councilors.
this that I want to get the police chief, the fire chief, and our recycling coordinator out of here. So I'm going to go to item 13526, authorization to expend $28,000 from the Mass DEP Sustainable Materials Recovery Program Fund grant. Brought to us by Recycling Coordinator Nelson Silva. Mr. Silva, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, I'll be recusing myself for potential conflict of interest.
Okay, make sure, Maria, you have that for the record. Councilor Plant is recusing himself for a potential conflict of interest.
Good
Mr.
evening.
Nelson, you have the floor.
Good evening, councilors. Good evening, Madam Chair. Nelson Silva, Recycling Coordinator.
Oh, Mr. Silva.
So basically, we have this grant that comes up every year from Mass DEP. It is a Sustainable Materials Recovery Grant. So basically, it's based on points that we put into the grant. So at the end of that application process, whatever, we come in as what the points are of what the services we provide for our residents and what in our schools, then they award us the monetary amount. And also, so this year we got the 28,000 and additional 5,000 for a new paint shed at the DPW yard. So basically, as soon as this money is approved, it's already waiting to be spent on hazardous waste at the yard. So that's basically what we use it for every year. If not that, then we use it, try to buy more barrels. Basically, it's all used for our household hazardous waste events from May to October. So that's the other thing too. Wanted to let you know, and then, we'll be putting it out there that our household hazardous waste Saturdays will be starting up again now. I believe it's May 9th. May 9th.
Thank you. Councilors, are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion.
Motion to send to full council with a favorable recommendation.
Motion has been made by the vice chair. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Council President. Any discussion? Seeing none, Maria, can you please call the roll?
Councilor President Giovanni Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilor Vice Chair Vivian Marmol,
Yes.
and Madam Chair Stephanie Infante.
Yes.
Motion
Motion carries.
Thank you, councilors.
Next item is item 153-26, authorization to expend $35,000 FY '26 firefighter safety equipment grants from the Executive Office of Public Safety and Security, brought to us by the Fire Department. We have Chief Delaney. Chief, you have the floor.
Good evening, councilors. Patrick Delaney, Fire Chief, 65 Lowell Street. This is a grant from the Department of Public Safety and Department of Fire Services. It is a firefighter safety equipment grant, which we plan on spending it on structural firefighting gear.
Councilors, are there any questions or comments for the chief?
Motion to send it to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
Motion has been made by the council president. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Councilor LaPlante. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say Aye.
Aye.
Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilor Mark LaPlante? Yes. Councilor President Giovanni Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Madam Chair Stephanie Fante?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. If I knew it was going to be this quickly for you two, I would have.
Oh, that's-
But you never know what can happen here.
Thank you, we appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. I think there are a few individuals here for the water department, correct? How many, Commissioner, how many individuals do you have here? Five. All right. We're going to take you next. So we have item 134-26, water rate adjustment proposal from our Water and Sewer Commissioner, William Hale. Commissioner, you have the floor.
Good evening, councilors. William Hale, Water and Sewer Commissioner for the City of Lawrence. We're just going to do a PowerPoint presentation, so I'm going to just check on that one.
Do we have that in our pack? Yeah, we do. We have it in our packets. You also gave it to us.
So this is just a brief overview. So we prepared a water and sewer financial model of Woodard and Curran dating back to 2013. That's a comprehensive spreadsheet that has all our expenditures and revenues that come in. In 2015, the U.S. Department of Justice issued a consent order against the city, primarily for the drainage that was going on, that we were releasing things into the river, not doing what we needed to do. So we've been working on that ever since. The council approved the rates in November of 2022. I had come before council for a increase. It was over 6-month increments, 7%, 7%, 3%, and then 3%. And that has the rates that we are at today. So this is an overview of our expenses. So in the light green, you see the 2022 rate model. So those were the predicted expenses, and then the dark green is our actual expenses. So we stayed pretty well within the range. It was a little bit over in the actuals in 2024, but we had retained earnings to balance that. We were basically equal in 2025, and we haven't closed out 26 yet, but the goal is to be equal. And we constantly work to make that happen. So on the revenue side, the model predicted in light pink what we were gonna be, and then in the dark red is what the actual revenues were. So you could see we were able to significantly increase the revenues. And then there was a couple of reasons why we were able to do that, which was recovering lost water from water meters that were being misread or underread. We increased our fees that were outdated by over 10 years. There was just multiple different factors that came into play there. So this was the estimated enterprise fund balance in the light blue, and then the dark blue is the actual. So again, you can see that we consistently were able to be above what the model had predicted, which is great, but our expenses continue to rise, and those bars will only get lower as we go. So this is the city's investment since the previous rate adjustments. So this is just a quick overview of our water system. So we have the pumping station at the lower left corner, water treatment facility, and our raw water pumping station. That pumps water up to the reservoir, which is above that on the left-hand side. We also fill the Tower Hill tank from a pump at the water treatment plant. And then from the low service reservoir, it goes to 2 different pump stations, one on Andover Street and then the other one on Marston Street. And those pump stations fill the tank in Mount Vernon and also in Prospect Hill. And we're averaging 6.4 million gallons per day, and I believe 8.5 roughly in the summertime at like peak demand. We have 154 miles of water lines in the city. and then 12.1 million gallons of storage. So these are the water main improvements that we've made since 2022. We didn't have a lot of capital projects. This was mostly work that we had done on the side using money that we had. So we repiped the Ellis Atkinson Street neighborhood. There was concern there. There was very low pressure in the hydrants. So we repiped it. We basically took advantage of having new mains on Newton Street, and we connected them into South Broadway. So that whole neighborhood's brand new. We did some work on Blakeland Street during a contract for sewer work where we just upgraded the line because we had to dig it up anyways. And also on Hanlon Court. Trinity Street was for the new school. So as part of that project, they had taken on that main from Avon down. And then upcoming in sewer contract 7, we have to replace Wells Street water main because it's in conflict and it's in need of replacement. So we have our lead service line replacement program. Since 2017, we've replaced 126 lead services in-house using our crew. It's a pretty big accomplishment. Most towns contract that out, so we've been working on that consistently. We currently have a grant for $664,000 that has no match. So basically, we're just verifying what the lines are at this point. We're going through all of our tie cards that we have, and if the material isn't listed, we need to go to the homes and identify them. We do that by either internally or we do a test pit in the sidewalk and get both sides, the city side and the homeowner side. And if it's lead, we'll just immediately go and try to replace it. This is our sanitary sewer valuation survey. Each year, we invest roughly $600,000. This is part of the consent order. So this is part of staying in compliance. So far, we've inspected 3,446 manholes out of the 3,520 that we have in the city. And then also inspected 133 miles of pipe out of 133 miles out of 139 miles of pipe. And then some of the reasoning behind why we're not getting the rest of the manholes is just because they're in tough locations to get to. And we constantly work on that. This is our illicit discharge detection and elimination program. So this is essentially just taking water out of the drainage system that goes to the river. So it's a unique process. It's very, comprehensive. They start at the outfall, work their way into the city. It's called a catchment area. It's wherever that section of the city drains to. And they start, they'll pinpoint, a hit of pharmaceutical or E. coli in a drain manhole, and then they start working their way doing dye testing into the homes in that area. And then we can, if we identify an illicit, say if somebody's sewer is attached to the drain, then we can just go and eliminate that. So in total, gallons per day, we have 131,000 gallons of sewage that we've been able to take out of the rivers. And that has the breakdown is the Merrimack, the Shawshee, and the Spigot. And then we have some coming in from Methuen as well. So this is also part of the program. This is Lawrence Housing. There was a sump pump in the basement, and it was discharging out into the street, which was made its way into a catch basin. So we identified that issue with our subcontractor. We notified Lawrence Housing, and they immediately eliminated that connection and fixed the sewer line. So contract 7 is underway for sewer. So this is the odor complaint that we had for years on Water Street. We were able to repipe that intersection from embankment and water, and we installed some, it repitches the pipe so it has more flow. Before it was stagnant. And we also added in some check valves in the upper left corner. You can kind of see it in there. It's basically just, it'll shut once the flow is done, and that prevents the odors from coming up through the catch basins. So this is an overview of some of the loans that we've had. So we had contract 6 construction. As you can see, there's millions of dollars in loans here, so for the sake of time, we were able to get this through council approval, but then we also get the loan forgiveness through the state. So as you go down the column at the bottom, between loan forgiveness and then grant amounts that we've been able to get for the city, it totals close to $5 million that we've been able to save. So it's a major amount of money. Some of the highlights here are the Green Lawrence Blue Merrimack Stormwater Resiliency Master Plan. So we're in year 2 of that, and we are planning to present that to council sometime after the summer. So that's very exciting. That was a $1.6 million grant that had a 0 match as well. And then we spoke about the $664,000 for the lead service line. And then our stormwater asset management grants are smaller, but those help to put together our GIS and inspect areas that we need to either find manholes, and we can go through footage that we have from camera work in the past as well.
Before I forget, the stormwater asset management plan, you have 20,000 in kind, 30,000 in kind. What do you mean by in kind?
So in-kind services are services that we provide.
Okay. Because I
so-
know in kind, like for me, in kind is something. In
Yeah,
kind
it's
is-
any
yeah.
services, like, we have the crew will go out and assist to open up manholes.
Okay, thank you.
Administrative tasks and things like that. If we could go back to the slideshow, please.
To our IT in the back, can you please leave the presentation up if we ask questions during it? Thank you.
So these are our future project investments with your approval of the rate structure that we're. So we have $60 million planned in capital investments. So in the water side of things, we have Tower Hill structural repairs that we're working on getting some type of a design done. Water treatment plant improvements, that also includes a raw water pump station. We're in dire need of an upgrade for that, so that provides water to the entire city, and we need redundancy there. We need brand new pumps, and we plan to redo the whole building. That's currently under design, was approved in a prior loan authorization. With this structure, we'll be able to do the construction portion. We have some water transmission main replacements, which are key to the city having water in summertime, fires and everything. So in Tower Hill, we have a 16-inch high-pressure main. And realistically, if that were to fail, there's very limited water coming from the tower. So we really want to, double that up so we have that extra backup. We have a commercial meter replacement project that we're looking to do. So in 2011, we had done a citywide, we started with the commercial meters and then we worked our way to residential. At this point, the commercial meters are very old. So we need to just go in there. That's a big source of our revenue is, accounting for the water. So to replace these older meters would be huge for us. We're planning to fill the old reservoir, demolish the old water treatment plant. As many of you know, the building has been vacant for over 20 years. So it's really time that we move forward and bring that down. In the
Can we
sewer.
go on the slide because the slides are stuck on the screen?
I'm just going over an overview. This is the same slide. So the ongoing sanitary sewer evaluation, that's part of it. That's compliance for the consent order. So we have no choice. The city must be in compliance. And then we have our more sewer main work, and then sewer separation. So we're looking into designing that. We have an opportunity on the Methuen border for the Arlington district. If we can capitalize on that, we could potentially separate the Arlington district as one of our first projects in the city.
Commissioner, I think we can, since it's an overview, if we have specific questions, we can bring it up.
Okay, sure.
Let's, yeah.
So
'cause
these
we
are
all
our water
have to-
demands. So as you can see, we're at 2.4 billion gallons. We've gone spiked up since 2016. It's due to, influx of apartments, businesses, everything. These are the proposed water main locations. There's nothing set in stone right now, but these are just a general overview of fire flow projects that we need to move forward with. These are the repairs of the tower we spoke about. We're currently looking into putting an accessible hatch on the top of this tower so we can get in for easier for inspections. We have the overview of that property where we're going to demolish this building. And then that's just a proposed, vision that in the future we could potentially house the sewer division there. Temporarily, it's a cement pad. We could easily get in the future if we needed the property for, pump stations or whatever, we could, keep it. So this is the reservoir and the condition that it is before we filled it up a little bit. So some water in there now, but this is what we would look at. So hopefully this will happen this summer. We do have it 3/4 of the way filled up, and we're looking at getting some aerators in there now. So the proposed rate adjustments. So this is just the revenue flat lines without it. We're at 377 for 100 cubic feet, 748 gallons of water, and 407 for sewer. Our retained earnings will dip down, and we will hit a deficit of 71,000 by next fiscal year. The good news is, though, with the proposed rates, so we have a tiered structure. So we want to implement this for a few different reasons, but the primary reason is the cost associated with high water users. The more water you use, the more money it costs the city. And pumping costs, electricity, wear and tear, maintenance, the size of the water mains. There's a lot of factors. So in tier 1, it would be the same as the rate is today at $3.77. Once you move into tier 2, which would start at 15 billing units, it's 1,500 cubic feet, up until 50, you would hit $4.07. And then from 51 to 100, $4.37. And then at 101 plus, which would be a large commercial user, it would jump up to 509. And then as you can see in the column for the sewer, it's 407, 440, 472, and 549 respectively. In fiscal year 28, we have a 2% adjustment. So you can see like the top line at tier 1 would jump from $3.77 to $3.85, and everything would be 2% more. The tiers are 8% each tier. And then it's important to note that if you use water in one tier and hit the second tier, you only pay the higher rate for the water you used in that second tier or third tier or fourth. You won't pay the higher rate for all the water you use. So essentially it becomes like a blended rate. So this is a percentage of customers versus the flow. So 1 to 14 is the 100 cubic feet billing units, and that's 16% of the city's flows, 26% of the customers. Tier 2 is 22% of the flows, and that is 47% of the customers. So a bulk of the customers are in tier 2. Tier 3, 9% of flows, 20% of customers. And tier 4 is 52% of the flows. So half the city's flow is coming from 7% of the customers. Those are the large commercial users. So this is encouraging. It encourages conservation. It reflects the true cost of supplying more water to people, and it promotes fairness and equity, and it will support long-term infrastructure investment. With the equity, it's basically a single-family home today is paying $3.77 for 100 cubic feet of water, but so is a commercial laundromat. So it's not fair in that sort of speak. So this tiered structure will eliminate that inequity. So this is the revenues, what will happen with this rate adopted. so we'll spike up. And we can meet all of our new additional capital that we proposed, as well as our existing debt service. We do hit a little bit in '29, but we'll have plenty of retained earnings to make that work. And then you can see some capital drops off in fiscal year 2030. So the revenue goal is 3 months reserves, which would equate to $5 to $6 million. And that's what we have in the model here. So by fiscal year 2030, we're projecting to have $5.7 million in retained earnings with this proposal. So this is the neighborhood, the quarterly bills comparable in surrounding communities. So for water and sewer, the total for a single-family home in Lawrence using the 1,700 cubic feet would be $135.17. And as you can see on the bottom line of the first tier is 190 in Andover, 235 Haverhill, 179 in Lowell, and 141 in Methuen. So even with this increase, we're still lower than the surrounding communities, which is important. And then it's also for the multifamily and then commercial as well. But commercial as tier 4, you're gonna be in the 300, that's in the 300 billing units. That's a $2,900 bill. That's a large commercial facility. Andover's 4,000, Haverhill's 4,000, Lowell's 3,500, and Methuen is 3,800. So we're still close to $1,000 less than Methuen, which is right next door. And then this is how much the bills would go up if you look from average single family and go straight to the bottom. It was $133.28 for your average single family home today. With the rate increase, it's $135.17. And then the 3 family would be $399 now, $423 in the future. Average commercial, $2,352. In the future, $2,985. So as you can see, most of the cost gets shifted to the commercial user, and they're using the most water. So I'll open it up to any questions.
Thank you. Councilors, do you have any questions or comments pertaining to the presentation the Commissioner just gave us?
I have a couple of questions, Madam Chair.
Okay.
So my question, I'm curious to know who our large users are, number one. If they are businesses, I am interested in thinking what are the impacts of an additional rate to a large business? Does that make, are we potentially losing businesses by doing that? I don't know if we have an answer for that, but that would be a question. And maybe it's so trivial or minute that it won't make a difference, or maybe it is. I'm not sure where that is.
So, Councilor.
We'll start with those two, and I got one more.
Sure. So I would say no, just because of the surrounding communities. Our water is so cheap, so even with the increase, we're well below surrounding communities. So I don't see that to be an issue.
And I'm very curious to know what that's, was it 77% of the, there was a larger propensity of a smaller number of interests that are using a lot of water. I think it was
52% of the flow is 7% of the customers.
Okay, 7. So I'm just curious, do you break it down like that? It's not a critical thing, but I'm just curious as to who are our major, what businesses, who's using all the water in our city? I'm just curious to know who that is.
Bakeries, large commercial condominiums or apartments, as you would call them. Those are some of our largest users, and obviously commercial laundromats.
So if you live in a mill unit, you would probably see your water go up more than someone who's in a single family home?
So if you had 100 units in the building, based on those numbers that you saw what we had, the 300 billing units, it went from 2,300. So it'll be larger than that. The bills are higher, but it's spread out over 100 units. So that's part of, when you're in such a large building like that, that costs the city money. So that's costing the department money. So, that's just the cost of doing business with, in that scale. So the amount of water they use is significantly way more than a single-family home. And that's how we measure it.
Thank you. Last question, I think. We have a lot of units in the city. I've been striking this drum for some time regarding unlawful units and the number of unpermitted units around. And I'm just wondering, do the places where you're supposed to have two families, but yet there's 4 or 5 families and they're in attics and they're in basements and things are subdivided, is that doing anything with respect to the water, like usage? I would think it would be, but tell me what the impact is.
Yeah, I mean, so if the more people that be in the building, the more usage you have, which are gonna hit the tiers, but we go by the census data, which shows, average single family, that's how we do our rates. So I would say that the bill for more people in the building is gonna be higher, but like, again, it's the cost of us providing water. So the more water they're using, the tanks are draining faster, which is more electricity wear and tear and maintenance that we need to do in the city.
And so I get the revenue side. One of the biggest portions of concern is fire and making sure that we have adequate water at our fire hydrants. We go ahead with this kind of increase. What impact do you see with getting increased flow and making more of our hydrants more usable, more effective, efficient?
Yeah, so basically, one of the things that we are focusing on in this round of funding in the future when we come before you would be fire protection. We've been heavily doing sewer with some water work in the past 3.5 years. But I will say, prior to that, for at least 10 to 15 years in that range, we invested heavily in the water system. So right now, we've done most of the main drags, and then in this, with the larger mains, and then with this proposal, we would come into the inner city neighborhoods, tie from one large main to the other large main with all new hydrants. It's not gonna be citywide, but like Tower Hill, is a big problem. There's areas in each district in the city that we're gonna identify with the fire chief. I think we've met about it. He's brought up areas of his concern. So we're gonna put together that package, and then we will present that with specific streets of what we're gonna do. We'll have a lot of work.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
Council President?
Yes, I have a few questions through you, Madam Chair. Couple of things that I would like to go back. I didn't have the opportunity to talk to you in details, Commissioner, about the water rate, but I mean, something that I have noticed is that, we only have one option. So I would like this committee and the city council to evaluate, even though we're recommending an option of tiers, we want to know like how the other model look like, because I mean, it might look good, but ultimately we need to think. You're thinking about, as a commissioner, you're thinking about more of the well-being of the department and making sure that all the projects get done and within the period of time that you're looking for as a target. We potentially look at it that way, but also with all the little things involved that we need to also respond to. And having only one model in front of us, it's not giving us the full spectrum of how things might look like. We talk about another model. I'm not seeing it here. Want to see that include into the discussion, and when we also what I would like to see more is a conversion of what the meaning of HCF means and what's that represent when it comes to percentage of actual single family that we have in the city of Lawrence. So like perhaps tier one represent about 26% of the community that we are going to fill into that tier one, about 26% of the people or of the community or the household or the customers household perhaps are gonna stay on that tier. But we want to know like if the model represent more of that more of the actual number or the actual community. And what I mean by that is, what is the percentage of single family that we have within our household in Lawrence? Is it at 26%? Is it at 12%? Is it at 30% of single family home or 35% of single family home? So, and based on that, we can have a model that is more representative to the community. And perhaps going into the model, like on tier one, it is going from water usage of between 1 and 14. What might be the difference if we increase it to perhaps 1 to 20?
So
You know what I mean?
the
So,
difference would
like,
be
we want to know the funding portion of it, like eventually. So we want to play with the numbers a little bit because I mean we're just giving up one model. You know what I mean?
sure. So like in Methuen, for instance, their tiers
I
are
have
one
Methuen
to
in front of
10.
me.
So their tiers are 1 to 10. We've actually put our tiers higher, so you don't hit the second tier. You know, that's a pretty big difference going from 1 to 10 versus, you know, 1 to 14. And we go by the census data, so that's what we have to use. And
Well,
that-
Methuen perhaps I'm actually seeing it in front of my computer right now. Methuen have a fiscal year 2025 rate, the water residential rate. That's what I have in front of me. I actually like the Methuen one because it talks to you about gallon of water. You know what I mean? On ours, is like the conversion is not quite there. I figured it out. 1 HCF is about 778,
748 gallons.
750 gallons of water. So that's one HCF. So, but on the residential area, I guess that they have a commercial rate and residential rate. Am I doing?
Yeah, we're
Assuming?
proposing a single,
We're proposing a
tiered
single
rate
rate based on
structure.
tiers, yeah. But
So-
they also have within the residential rate, that's what I'm seeing in front of me, from 1,000 CF, or from 1 gallon to 7,050, from 750 gallons to all the way to 7,500 gallons. You're gonna pay a rate of $2.62. That's what I'm seeing on the screen here. So it's kind of like, I don't know. I want to know, like, I want to see another model in front of us based on tiers and based on the unique rate that we have talked about slightly. If people paid off like the basic rate, everybody, like, how that look like. And that way we can analyze potentially, how that might affect everybody or how the benefit some. So trust me, we're not spending 5 years doing this rate review like we did last time. But at least we need to figure it out, all the models to present it to the council at least. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so the other rate
And
structure is
eventually
a single.
be able to make a decision.
So the other rate model is just a single rate, which we have now, which I'm recommending against, and that would be a 16% increase across the board. So right now you have families, the average family, single-family bill was going to go up roughly 1% and roughly 6% for a three-family. Without this proposed structure, then you're looking at a 16% rate increase across the board.
No,
So
no,
this
that's
is
not,
the
that's not what I'm talking
fairest-
about, essentially. So what I'm talking about mostly is like the one that you mentioned, they have one specific amount of dollars across the board and then figuring out the rate by tiers, which is
Yeah,
gonna
so this is
reduce.
basically the fairest method, like the way the tiers are structured, because no matter what you do, so if we say, all right, we're gonna increase the tier in tier one, basically other people are gonna have to pay more, so we still need to capture the same amount of revenue, so you can shift it around any different way, but at the end of the day, it's just gonna be shifted to a different tier, and different people would pay. So we've structured it whereas the less water you use, ultimately the less you pay. The more you use, the more you pay. So it's the fairest way. I'm happy to go over it in more detail. But we've spent a lot of time with this model, and this is 100% perfect. Like this, if we start switching the tiers, it just creates more issues. Like I said, our tiers have more leeway than other communities, so you won't hit the tiers as fast.
Also, I like the fact that, you know, I like the fact that when we have a single rate, a 3-month bill on your background system will make sense. But due to the fact that we have tiers, now we're proposing a tiers system. I think that the current rate per tier should be calculated monthly, even though the people might receive the bill every 3 months. Due to the fact that potentially you might not hit the tier one within quarter during the first month of the month, but essentially potentially if you hit it in February, and then the entire 3 months are going to be tier 1 or 2. You know what I mean? So it's like, can we do that?
So yeah, absolutely, but just for reference, on my water bill, so I have four, just had a baby, so four, right? So I'm thinking, now my bill, it's the same pretty much every quarter, so even though it's a tiered structure, it's not like it's gonna fluctuate. People use relatively the same amount of water in a regular household, give or take, so it's not like gonna be like a huge fluctuation every quarter. So just keep that in mind that, yeah, it's a tiered structure, but once you get your first bill, if you're consistently using water and you're not, doing irrigation in the summertime, or doing large loads of laundry or something, then it's gonna be within the same range.
Well, no, I disagree with you on that one, because kids you do more laundry during the summer, and you also use more water outside during the summer, and not necessarily every month of the summer you're gonna do that.
Yeah, so the way it is
So
now is the
essentially,
summer
that's what I'm
months.
saying. In the background, there need to be some that we need to work it out in the background, on the system that we actually build people on.
Okay.
So essentially, what I'm saying is, I don't want to make you. I feel like you guys are not doing a great job. You guys are doing a great job by presenting this on time. Before we hold up, the city hold up and for 10 years before they did a rate increasement, and then they hold up another 3 years before they actually put it in place. And I'm not saying this is the case, but I'm saying if we changing the system completely from a single rate, which you're against that, I believe that is not the best way either. But at least we need to present those, and then we can justify to the people as of why we didn't approve that. And also the tier 1, 2, and 3, and 4 system, which is more fair according to your statement, but also what you have we have discussed in another discussion, which is basically one specific rate across the board for everybody, or one specific fee across the board for everybody, and then after that amount, presenting the tier method. So essentially, I want to see more than just this methodology that we have in front of us.
Okay, thank you. I think you have that. It was said like
Sure.
many times. Okay, thank you. Councilors, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion.
Motion to set to full.
I'm willing to make a motion, but do we have any specific timing?
Councilor
as of when this
Marmo
needs
was in
to
the
be
middle
done?
of saying a motion. Councilor
Oh,
Marmo.
sorry, I didn't know if my mic was on. I was gonna put in a motion to send this to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
Second.
Okay, motion was made, properly seconded. Now, we're gonna go to Councilor President that may have some amendments to the motion. Council President.
If you guys are not willing to even take a look at the other model, it's up to the council, but I think it's not fair for us to just entertain one motor and then eventually have to have that discussion with the people, because this is gonna be all on the council. It's not, the administration is not even taking part of this.
So through you, Madam Chair, so I can agree that we can make a slide that can show you what it would, a brief overview of another version, but just for your information.
Okay, so Councilor Marmo, would you accept a friendly amendment motion, favorable recommendation pending the slide presentation that the commissioner will present to us at the full council?
Sure, or would it be, would it matter if it's a committee report, if we're pending, if our decision is gonna change pending this documentation, then it's technically not a favorable recommendation.
Can you take back your motion and then resubmit the motion?
So I'm gonna take back my motion. But then the motion that I am submitting now is submitting this item as a committee report pending the documentation in the form of a slide, you said, or presentation
Just
from your department showing
The models.
the comparisons of the models. That is my motion.
So,
Is there a second?
second discussion. If that information is gonna intake something that I have discussed, or that information is gonna be just one slide, or the different model analysis? Because what I'm looking for is a different model analysis, so we can take a look at those as well.
So can you just connect with the commissioner offline to figure out what exactly you're looking for so that he could prepare for Tuesday's meeting? Because we have the last item and it's another big one. So can you please connect with the council
Sure.
president to ensure that whatever it is that he's looking for in the committee, the models, is reflected for next week?
Sure.
Thank you. Maria, can you please call the roll?
Sure, just to make sure, who made the motion? as
Councilor
second?
Marmo and council president seconded.
Thank you. Okay. Councilor Vice Chair Vivian Marmo,
Yes.
Councilor President Giovanni Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilor Mark LaPlante,
Yes.
and Councilor Madam Chair Stephanie.
Yes, thank you.
Thank
We
you,
will see you.
councilors.
Make sure to connect with council president.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the last item we have is item 133-26, year-to-date budget review, Inspectional Services Department, and we have our CAFL and Director of ISD here with us. CAFL, you have the floor. Now, imagine if we would have started at 7 or a little after 7, the time.
Good evening, councilors. Ramona Ceballos, Budget and Finance, 200 Common Street. Today, we continue our series of presentations with the various departments to review the year-to-date actual. We have heard from the police department, from the fire department, and today we are hearing from the inspectional service department. We have two reports that I submitted to the committee. The first one is the revenues received year-to-date, and the second one is the expenses year-to-date. We have our ISD director with us and someone from his staff to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. We're going to get right into it. Are there any questions for the ISD department pertaining to their budget? I just had my questions. I just had my pages. Do you want to just do an introduction while we look for our, I just had my questions.
Pat Ruiz, I'm Director of Inspectional Services, and I'm here with my Financial Officer, Carmen Zarella.
Hello. All right, any questions? I can get right into it. I have my questions. All right, so first question, off the bat, and I apologize, I'm gonna be looking at my laptop as I have the Excel sheet here. So I apologize that I'm not looking at you directly. But off the bat, I'm seeing the overall budget, it's already been used 71%. And my question to that is, are we expecting, are we on track for that July or June 30th end date, or are you guys anticipating any year-end transfers to, I guess, keep the year-to-date budget going until the year expires?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think we're on track. The only item that might be over would be the overtime for building inspectors when they're on call, or if they get called in for any emergencies or fires or anything like that.
Yeah, actually and that's a perfect segue into one of my other questions. Overtime, compared to the salaries, as you see, it's very high. So you're saying that building inspectors are on call. Besides on being on call, do we have a shortage of inspectors within the department?
Yes, we do. Currently, we have one certified building inspector. We have one more that's on their way to getting the certification. And we're short 2 building inspectors.
Okay, has this issue been addressed for the current planning for FY '26?
Yes, we did. We've put in a few times to hire a building inspector, but it's difficult because we're not getting the right candidates. They're not certified, most of them. They don't have the minimum qualifications required by the BBRS, so we're having a hard time filling that position.
Okay. How many total vacancies do we have?
Right now, we have 2, I believe, right?
2, Kafel?
I think we have 2, right?
No, one.
One?
I think we have 2.
So 1 vacancy?
Yeah.
All right.
Another one that
All right, so another thing that I noted, overall department budget spending is high, revenue not so much. I want to know more about permit inspection revenues. Are we tracking that with expectations, with forecasts? If not, why are the efforts not matching the revenue that we should be seeing?
So usually, the building permits are the one that brings in most of the revenue.
Okay,
So we don't have major construction projects.
Gotcha,
Most of those
okay.
permits have been paid. Let me see, so calendar year 2024, I didn't come in until I think it was May. The budget, the revenue that we collected, I think it was 1.5. In 25, it went up to 1.8 million. That was a calendar year, though. I'm going by calendar year. This year, in the 4 months, well, since January, I'm just going by January to this month, we collected about 870,000 in fees. The other thing is that right now, I spoke with Ramona, all the fees from inspectional services, we're looking to come in front of the city council. We wanna raise all those fees to bring in revenue. They haven't been raised, and I'd say 10 to 15 years. Those fees haven't been raised. So I'm looking to raise all the fees in the inspectional services department.
okay. My next question is regarding the contractual service. I'm seeing that is also increasing. Tell us more a little bit about that. I know there's a shortage. You just explained that there is a staff shortage, but to be using contractors, outside consultants, et cetera, is that, aside from the shortage, why are we relying so much on contracted services instead of the staff that we do have. And I know there's a
Well,
portion.
Carmen could explain that, but we're not using any consultants.
Okay.
It might
No,
be
right
other,
now,
it might
no.
be other stuff that,
So am I,
You have that
perhaps
on-
am I
on-
reading that line inaccurately?
So we usually you mean like other purchase?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have a prosecutor. What was the name for that person? So, because we give tickets like and we need a hearing officer. So we use that money for that. Also, we using that money like there's a lot of project with the health department
Okay.
supporting the community for outreach event, and we're using that money for that too. So it's not only consulting, we also use that money for a plumbing inspector, temporary, when the inspector is out, just to help outside for the inspection, when there are emergency inspection, like no heat and things like that.
Okay. Just within, I guess, within line items in general, have we been transferring funds? No, okay. All right, I think that is it for now for me. Counselors, are there any other questions pertaining the budget? Counselor LaPlante.
Thanks. Can you describe more about the court fines that in the revenue report? How are those generated? How are those generated?
yeah, so, talk about the ticket fines, right?
Well, it says other court fines, 4771. What is that? What's that money coming from?
What is that, on yours?
It's under the
Is that on the,
revenue.
Revenue section?
In the revenue section?
yeah, on yours,
Here. I have it, if you want to take
I don't
this.
think they have any.
I have it, it's in the box there.
So the revenue,
revenue section?
yeah, we don't have that revenue, we only have, so, what are you talking about? Oh, that's the violation, yeah, for the, when they sell to minor.
Okay, those are tobacco fines.
Those in,
Tobacco enforcement?
the court fines are tobacco enforcement?
We have two. We have the 40U ticket fines, and we also have a tobacco enforcement person that works for Lowell and Lawrence, and they do enforcement in Lawrence and Lowell.
Hold on, Director, give us 1 second. There is a, I'm only doing this because it is an important question. We got to figure this out now.
Oh, yeah.
Not pertaining to ISD,
Yeah, I know,
but
yeah.
sorry about that.
Yeah, so I don't know, did she send us the revenue? I only saw that, but that's Cesar, that's,
Yeah, no, yo le digo ahora, no, you're talking about.
Okay, this will take 2 seconds. Apologies for the, just stay put, just give me 1 second. Can I have a motion to table item 133-26, year-to-date budget review?
So moved.
Motion has been made by Councilor LaPlante, seconded by
Second.
Councilor Marmol. No discussion. Maria, can you call the roll?
You mind if I call you?
What's before us on one table? Is that what we're doing?
Yes.
Table.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Councilor Mark LaPlante?
Yes.
Okay, Councilor Vivian Marmol?
Yes.
Councilor President Giovanni Rodriguez?
Yes.
And then Councilor, Madam Chair Stephanie Fontaine?
Yes.
Motion
So we're
carries.
gonna go back to the water rate adjustment item, item 134-26. Council Marmol,
I'd like to make a motion to reconsider my vote.
motion to reconsider vote by Councilor LaPlante. Is there a second?
Second.
Properly seconded. Discussion. Seeing none, Maria, can you please call the roll?
Councilor Vivian Marmo,
Yes.
Councilor President Giovanni Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilor Mark LaPlante,
Yes.
and Councilor Madam Chair Stephanie Fonte.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Council Marmo?
So I just wanted to make an amendment to the motion, on top of, so adding to, so everything stays the same in regards to the motion that was originally presented, which, just to restate what it is, was, let me see, what was the item number?
Committee report.
134,
With slides.
committee report
Okay,
pending.
so item 13426 is being sent to the full council as a committee report, pending documentation. And I'm also requesting to order a public hearing on this matter.
Motion has been made by the vice chair, seconded by Councilor LaPlante. Discussion, seeing none. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilor President Giovanni Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilor Vice Chair Vivian Marmo,
Yes.
Councilor Mark LaPlante,
Yes.
and Council Madam Chair Stephanie Fonte.
Yes, thank you. Now can I have a
Motion
motion to untable item 13326?
So move.
Motion has been made by the vice chair. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor LaPlante. No discussion. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Okay. Councilor Vivian Marmo,
Yes.
Councilor President Giovanni Rodriguez,
Yes.
and Councilor Mark LaPlante,
Yes.
and Councilor Stephanie Fonte.
Yes, thank you.
Motion carries. I apologize.
Thanks, okay. My apologies, Director. Can you just rephrase your question, please, Councilor?
Sure. So right back. So we were talking about court fines, and then it was explained to me that there's tobacco and then 40U.
Yeah, so the
what's
40U,
breakdown?
yeah, so the 40U tickets, 2024, so I'm going to go back 3 years. So 2024, the total amount that was given that year was 39,000. We collected 12,620. 2025, last year, we issued 63,550
Motion passed 10.
worth of tickets. We collected
Motion has been made.
27,000.
Motion has been made to pass 10. Is there a second?
Oh, okay.
Second.
Second. Sorry.
I'm not sure. I don't. There's a probably second. Can you please call the roll, Maria?
Councilor Vice Chair Vivian Marmo,
Yes.
Councilor Mark LaPlante,
Yeah.
Councilor President Giovanni Rodriguez,
Yes.
and then Councilor Madam Chair Stephanie Fonte.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Yes,
Director?
yeah, so going back, so in 2024, we didn't have a hearings officer, so that's why we only collected 12,000. In 2025, we did get an enforcement prosecutor and a hearings officer. So we issued 63,500, we collected 27,000.
What was it? Can you say that? It's 63,000 site is here.
63,000 dollars worth. So a total of, the total fee amount was 63,000.
Okay, and what's the second number, the 27 number?
27 is the amount that we paid.
Amount
I
that-
mean, that we collected. We collected those fees.
So we
27.
charged 63,500
Yeah.
and we got paid from the 63 to
Yes.
$27,000.
Mhm.
And the first one was $39,000?
And
we got
and then we
12,620?
received 12,000, but at that time, we didn't have a prosecutor and we didn't have a hearings officer for the 40U.
All right.
And then this year, from January to now, we issued $68,000 worth of tickets, and we've collected 21,600 so far in 4 months.
21,000 in 4 months, 21,000 and change.
Yeah. So the thing is with the tickets, the monetary tickets. So you have to go to the process. So if they pay, they have 21 days to pay the ticket. If they pay the ticket, that's great. If they don't pay within 21 days, now they get a 30-day notice from the prosecutor. Once they get 30-day notice, we wait to see if they pay. If they don't pay, then we bring them in front of. We'll cite them to come in front of the hearings officer, and then if they don't, then we lien the property.
So where's the where is the $27,000 in the fees section?
That's fees collected already. Collected.
Yeah, because,
So I'm doing calendar year, that's why.
yeah, so you don't have.
So in Citizens Serve, we keep track of all tickets. So when I ran calendar year from January
But
to
he's
now,
asking this year, Pa, so you just.
well, this year we collected 21,600 this
Yeah,
year.
but it doesn't show over here, that's what she said,
They probably,
in units.
but when they come in and pay, and through Citizens Serve from January to this month, that's the checks that we received and we turned over.
But shouldn't, I mean, it's a question for the capo, but shouldn't there be somewhere on here where it's showing the money that we're receiving from the 40Us? Shouldn't it be on this revenue report somewhere where you are bringing money in?
Yeah.
Are we waiving fees?
Huh?
Are we waiving fees?
So the only one that can waive a fee is the hearings officer. Mhm. And you could do like what they call it, a desk survey, I forget what it is. If it's a wrong address or if they cleaned it up, then we have the right to.
Understood. Thank you
Yeah,
for that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. A desk review, that's what they call it, a desk review.
So I'm still waiting to know where I can find the money, the numbers that you're giving me in our budget.
Well,
So this is year to date.
yeah, so so that's probably, from what, is that from
So this is July 1st through, when I ran the report, March
Okay.
26th.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so whatever cash
Yeah.
receipt we process and it's posted in the system, so it's gonna show there,
Yeah.
so.
But when people come in and pay by check, that's recorded in Citizens Serve, that's what I have, it's 27, so I don't know why the numbers are different, so.
Well, I'm not sure we're gonna fix it tonight,
Yeah.
but there needs to be, when we are asked, when what's your name? When the chair, thank you. When the chair puts this together and we're reviewing the budget and we're reviewing this year's current budget, it's hard, if you're working calendar and the rest of us are working fiscal year, how am I supposed to make sense of, and make those numbers make sense to me? And I can't. So I think we would need to work in a system. All of us have to agree. If we're working fiscal year, we need to work fiscal year. So you're giving me numbers. I'm surprised by those numbers, quite frankly, but they're not matching our budget. And so right now, I'm in a very difficult position because I just don't understand. And those are big numbers, and they should be, at some point, somewhere in this revenue sheet, it should be reflected somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know, I'm not sure.
No, he's talking about
No,
this.
that's just, this is our calendar year, so, I mean,
So you have to go,
yeah, I know, yeah, okay, yeah,
Yeah,
so that's
yeah.
what, that was my mistake.
that's okay.
Yeah, that was my mistake, I was going calendar year. But even
I
though, it's
think
still,
some of the permit types you have here might be combined in units, so
Okay.
your
Yeah.
numbers might be
okay,
a little different than what we have. It all depends on where these different permit types are deposited.
okay,
So maybe Carmen has a better idea of where, for example.
Yeah, like building, all the stuff that they do in building is just gonna go in one account, and plumbing too, but when they apply to different stuff. They apply to, the certificate of inspection, they apply to, a commercial use 110, so they're all different, so. But we put it in one, item on the, or an object, and it's go just to one account. So it doesn't split like the way you have it, so that's
okay.
what it is.
yeah, all right.
So I guess,
Yeah, I didn't have that report, so I couldn't go by that, so,
well, yeah, she says we have it,
Oh.
she's on a different tab.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, all right.
The reason why these numbers are important is, again, you will allow me to beat the horse that's already dead, that needs to be hit again, which is this. I mean, when I say you, I mean your department
Yes,
is an absolutely critical department. And I'm going to tell you what I told the mayor the other day. And this is not a personal thing. This is an institutional thing. Your department has failed the city. when it comes to unlawful apartments and doing what we need to do to make sure that the structures are safe for the people who live here, we are failing, and I'm not seeing anything. And the one place where there are several places to look. One of the places to look is through the 40U and making sure that if we're catching folks who are doing something wrong, that they're administratively being brought in and ticketed and doing something. And I'm seeing a bunch of numbers that I'm really surprised to see, although I'm not seeing it in the format that I expect to see it in, which is fiscal year. I would love to see the breakdown of how many 40Us we have prosecuted, how many violations have there been, and what does that mean for dollars and cents? I would love to see those numbers.
I could run the report, fiscal year. I could run the report that way and do it that way and give you the numbers.
And it's important, and especially important now as we start building more. We are in the middle right now of the ADUs, and you and I talked a little bit beforehand. I need to see those numbers. We all need to see those numbers. The chair and I put on as a resolution before the ordinance committee that I won't be here. Is it tomorrow night ordinance meeting?
I think we should table that until.
Then we should table it. But the reality is we need to see those numbers, and it's not anyway. So go ahead.
Yeah. So 2025, we
2025.
permitted 48 ADUs.
In 2025 calendar year,
That's calendar year. Yeah.
how many?
Calendar.
So how many ADUs?
We permitted 48.
48.
This year, we permitted 16 this year.
So since
No,
the laws
they were permitted, yeah.
Pardon?
They were permitted. Yeah,
Right.
Some of them might be completed, some of them might not be.
But okay. So anyway, but that's a different number. That's good to know. 64 since this law became, into existence, we have 64 additions through ADU.
Yes.
And we have applications outstanding still. We haven't processed. We can go into more detail on the ordinance committee, but it's just good to know. Anyway, the long and short of it is this: is that the numbers are critical, because when I meet with the mayor and I ask the mayor how many unlawful units we have, and I didn't think he had a number, and I know I've talked to you about it, and I wasn't getting a number. He gave me a number. I'm going to tell you what that number is, because I'm going to be using it a lot now. The mayor tells me we have 9,000 unlawful units in this city. That's a staggering number. We have 9,000. If your boss is telling me, I don't mean to be offensive about this, the boss is saying that you got 9,000 unlawful units. My question to you is, what are we doing about it? One of the places that I'm looking is the enforcement coordinator and seeing what they're doing, but I'm also seeing what else are we doing? Are we permitting? I mean, what are we doing? Unlawful.
So that number is a number that's, pretty high. I mean, how do we know for real how many, we don't know. It could be more than that. It could be less. I don't know, because we don't track it. We don't track illegal apartments. Like I said, we only have one building inspector. We have another one that's in training, and we're short on building inspectors. They're the only ones that could do that. They're busy, doing inspections and re-inspections and cement inspections and, insulation inspections. So we only have 2 people. So, I can't have them going out there, knocking door to door and looking for illegal apartments. We find them when there's a fire. We find them when there's code violations. What I did do this spring is I divided the map into 8 sectors, and I assigned all health code inspectors and building inspectors to different sectors of the city, South Lawrence, Arlington District, stuff like that, and they're in charge to roam that area during the day. In between their inspections, they go out up and down the streets and look for any violations, any illegal construction and stuff like that. We can't go into every single household and knock on the door and say, we're checking to see if there's illegal apartments, because if they told us they get lost, then we have to leave. We can't go in unless we get a warrant. So we could try that, but we just don't have the manpower to do that.
And so anyway.
I want to suggest something, Counselor.
Yeah, go right ahead, please.
I would like to table this and have you guys come back. Not for the next meeting, because the next meeting is going to be DPW, but I believe after that, we're done with the major departments. Am I correct, Kafel? So after that, we'll bring you back.
Yeah.
I would like for you to generate a report with these questions. I personally want to see the fees, whatever fees the department has as a whole, aside from violations, any and all fees. How many have we issued? How many were excused? Because I also understand, aside from requirements.
Yes.
We do have instances where you can, and I'm going to put it out there, where a counselor calls or the mayor calls and says, "Oh, that's so and so. Can we not? Can we work with them?" I want to know those numbers too, and potential lost revenue. I also want to know when we do collect these funds, are they going directly into ISD, or are some also going somewhere else, like the general fund, for example?
As
I
far
want a
as I
full
know,
report.
as far as I know, all fees that collected by
Are going to
ISD
ISD.
go into the general fund. As far
Perfect.
as I
So
know.
a full report to cover everything. I think that would give everyone a better understanding, and I do echo Councilor LaPlante. This is one of the IT and ISD, one of the most important in our community. But before I table this, I asked to table this. I do want to give the opportunity to either Council President or Councilor Marmol to chime in, or would they like to? Wait, I do see Council President.
Through you, Madam Chair. Just wondering, I know that we, back then in 2018, 19 or something like that, we put in place not the enforcement agent, but I'm not the prosecutor, but the enforcement agent. And we just approved the prosecutor position last year. So are those being done within the department, or how that look like? Can you explain it to me?
Well, the prosecutor is in charge of all 40U ticketing. That's her job.
Yeah, that's to prosecute, to go to housing court, or to do it in house, and
Well,
then do the
So
And also the hearings.
so 40U, the reason why we do 40U is so we don't have to go to court, because when we go to court, it's like double the time to do it, and usually the judge just waives all the tickets. So we lose money that way, and we waste time with the inspectors going to court. That's why we went to the 40U, because the 40U we could do it in half the time once it's done correctly. So they have the 21 days. They have the 30 days, and then if they don't pay, we still have recourse because it goes on the lien on the property. So eventually, we might not get it right away, but we'll get it eventually. Or if they come in for a permit,
essentially,
if they come in for a permit, then we won't issue a permit because they have to pay that fee. And when they get a ticket, automatically an alert goes to in Citizen Serve, and when that happens, they can't even sign into the system to get a permit, and then they have to come see us or call us, and then that's when we tell them you owe money, and if you don't pay the ticket or whatever, then you're not gonna get a permit or a license.
Essentially, we have the prosecutor also doing also hearing of the tickets.
Say again?
correct?
Say again?
So the prosecutor is also doing the hearings for the
No, a hearings officer. We have a hearings officer. The prosecutor
So
is
two different
basically like the
people?
clerk magistrate. Gets everything together, preps everything, makes sure that the timelines are right, the 21 days, the 30 days, and then the next that if they appeal the ticket, they have 45 days they have 45 days. Once they appeal the ticket, the prosecutor has 45 days to schedule a hearing with the person that appealed the ticket. So there's a whole structure that I can send everybody that explains it in detail, I have it.
No, I mean, that's what we approved back then and long time ago. But I mean, I was wondering to see if we already have somebody in place to do the hearing of the ticket, or it's the same person as the prosecutor that is doing the.
No. So the prosecutor, according to the way it was written for the U, the Mass General Law for the U, a hearings officer needs to be in place. So the hearings officer resigned about a couple of months ago, and I just got word from the city attorney today that they hired a new hearings officer.
So it's an outsider that comes to the city.
It's an outsider. It has to be somebody from the outside. It can't be anybody that works for the city.
Okay.
The hearings officer.
No, because I mean the reason.
It's
that I'm asking
two
is
different
because-
things, you know.
Yeah, of course, that I know. But the reason that I'm asking is because the Madam Chair says, are we reducing the ticket? And then just,
there's waiving, yeah.
Well,
There's some
waiving-
incidents
So
where I
yeah, in
understand
some-
you want to
in-
work with
in
the
s-
people.
In
it's a
some
burden.
in some incidents, when there's a desk review, we have the option to waive the ticket.
Right, and again, I understand there are circumstances where, if it's a minor violation that
Yeah.
could be fixed, I understand that, and I understand, the opportunity.
Sometimes they get sometimes they get a ticket for having, a chair in front of the thing for $100.
When that can be easily-
They send a picture, or they come in and say, look, I took a picture, it's not there no more.
Right.
So we waive it.
But
Yeah,
there's
you
also
waive
the
it on
other
that
side
time.
of it,
Really want to.
Council President, that I mentioned was, there is some, there are instances where you may get a call, and that's also a loss of revenue. So that's why, regardless of the situation, it actually doesn't even matter the situation. Regardless, at the end of the day, it's a potential loss of revenue. And I think those numbers for us to know are also important.
so essentially what I wanted to know is like whether or not there is a reduction of the tickets and how that look like, if it is.
So the hearings
you
officer
guys-
has the right to reduce the ticket or waive the ticket totally.
The hearing
The
officer.
hearings officer, yes.
Okay. All right, I just want to know.
All right, so.
Thank you. Also
You're
include that, through you, Madam Chair, also include that on the report if it's possible.
Yeah.
Say again?
Okay, if you could also include that on the report.
Yeah, we could run a
How that
report.
system
Everything's on the report. What, if it was dismissed or what, if it was waived or whatever.
No, I'm
everything's in
saying the
report.
structure of the system.
Oh, okay, yeah, I could do that.
Okay, so what I'm seeing here is the potential meeting week that I anticipate having you guys come back would be the week of May 11th. So that way it gives
Let me make sure.
everyone plenty of time to prepare. And also, I do understand, Director, that you guys had a different financial sheet than us. So now we can all be on the same page. You know the questions that we're asking. We know what we're looking for. And that's going to be a lot of help. And again, I didn't say this earlier, but I think the CAFO might have mentioned it. This isn't an effort to reduce year-to-date questioning during the budget hearing for the next fiscal year, so we can focus on the future and not take up so much time with these, details or
Yeah,
factors.
I understand.
So nothing against the department. I know I've been getting calls by department heads. Oh, why are we going?
Well,
for
no,
the budget?" So-
sometimes people make comments that we don't do our job, that we're not doing it right, and that's wrong. All my inspectors work hard. They do what they got to do. I'm on top of them. I make sure they do their job. So comments like that, I don't appreciate.
Thank you, and I understand.
So.
So I'm going to ask again, just an overview of the numbers. We don't need to get into the details, but just the bigger picture items, the bigger picture financials, and hopefully that would be the ending of the year-to-date review for you guys.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Have
thank
a
you
good
so
night.
much.
Okay.
All right, councilors, that was it. At this point, can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion has been made by Council Marmo. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor LaPlante. No discussion. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
All right. Council President Giovanni Rodriguez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Vivian Marmol,
Yes.
Councilor Mark LaPlante, and Madam Chair Stephanie Fante.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you so much, councilors. Have a great night.